Senhoras e senhores, bom dia. Pedimos a gente.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats because we're going to start our event in a few
preciso despertar para
We need to wake up to today's world's needs, the climate change, the technological changes, the new social behaviors. They require that we should work together to create a better future. This is the time to mobilize the resources that are going to unite development and the preservation of the environment. That's why the national development system is ready, so that we can foster every sustainable development initiative. In the 2023 version, the ABDE's Development Forum is trying to meet the demands of the 2030 agenda. The government, the civil society, the private sector, the public sector, all of us have an essential role. Be part of this sustainable development system in Brazil. This is the time for us to transform missions into actions. Please take part of the creation of the sustainable development of Brazil. Welcome to the ABDE's Development Forum. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Welcome all of you to the 8th ABDE's Development Forum, okay? It's a great honor for us to welcome all of you, ladies and gentlemen, because this is a historic moment for the ABDE and for Brazil. Throughout these days, we are going to discuss the sustainable development of our country. On behalf of ABDE and all of its staff, thank you, partners, thank you, associates who are here present. And Mr. Luiz Carlos da Silva is here representing the Minister of Labor and Employment, Mr. Marinho. Thank you so much for being here today, physically, and also to all of you who are online following up this event. Thank you very much. It was created in 1969, and its mission is to create a sustainable development for Brazil and to represent with excellence all of its associates. Currently, the ABDE encompasses 34 organizations from all over Brazil and of all different sizes. Development banks, federal banks, public banks, commercial banks, state banks, and also cooperatives, besides SEBRAE and FINEP. Jointly, these organizations, they form the National Development System. This system is core so that we can transform the economic structures, social structures, and technological structures in our country. Throughout this year, the ABDE has gathered all of the experts and partners throughout 4 preparatory events, and they are called forums and debates. And it started in June of this year. And these meetings, they were opportunities to boost discussions that are going to help us to create a sustainable development of our country. Each month, they debated issues such as climate change, the development of urban centers, the Amazon ecosystem, and also our digital future. The objective of this initiative was to expand and to regionalize the 2030 sustainable development of the ABDE, and so that Brazil can create a more sustainable future with equal opportunities for all of its citizens. The journey that brought us to this development forum counts on the support of the UN, special support from the Inter-American Development Bank, the IDB, FINEP, and so the Latin American Development Bank, CAF, the Cooperative Credit System, and also the French Development Agency, which is the AFD. Of course, we are also receiving the support of the UNDP. It's important to remember that, or to bear in mind, that they are all of these debates, they are available on our channel. You can follow us on social media, on LinkedIn and on YouTube. And you can also follow the ABDE's page. Now, to know a little bit more about this forum, so you just need to access Development Forum. Okay, here, our team is covering everything online. So we have forumdodesenvolvimento.com.br, okay? And so we also have an official hashtag for this event, hashtag Fórum do Desenvolvimento, so that we can follow up all of the applications. And we're going to have a special edition of a magazine and a newsletter discussing the main topics throughout these 2 days. This publication is going to be available in September on the ABDE's website. And so this is a publication dedicated to the debate, to Brazil's development, and it has existed for 47 years. It has received many awards, okay, and this is a reading that is recommended by the Ministry of Education, the colleges of economics and finance, and you can access previous issues of this publication. Now, continuing with our program for today, ladies and gentlemen, so the deadline established by the member countries of the UN to achieve the SDGs is getting closer and closer. And so now it is urgent for us to implement the transition agendas. Tomorrow is being shaped exactly now by individual and collective initiatives. So it is essential so that we can find pathways that are going to make the development perspective something concrete, preserving the environment and our biodiversity, and also diminishing our social inequalities so that we can achieve all of the SDGs. And this is essential. The ABDE believes in a dialogue as a foundation so that we can build successful agendas for our future. And the main objective is to translate missions into actions, to accelerate our progress towards achieving the 2030 agenda. So we have experts, executives, leaders from many, many industries so that we can debate and promote a sustainable development in our country. And the name of our agenda is going to be Transforming Missions into Actions regarding the 2030 agenda. We're going to share ideas, we're going to share experiences, we're going to discuss many topics. So today we're going to be together up until the end of the afternoon. Tomorrow we are also going to discuss extremely relevant topics, but we have some important information to share with you. This event is being broadcasted live in English and in Portuguese on our official channel on YouTube. We also have the Brazilian Sign Language. We have interpreters for the Brazilian Sign Languages, Libras, and the ABDE team is totally at your disposal if you have any needs. And so please, if you want to follow us up online, and you can send us a chat, a message regarding any issues you may have. Thank you so much. So let's start today's program. For the official opening of the 8th Development Forum, I would like to invite the Minister of Innovation, Ms. Esther Dweck. We would also like to invite the President of FINEP, Mr. Celso Pancera. And the coordinator of the United Nations in Brazil, Ms. Sylvia Rux. The representative of the IDB in Brazil, Mr. Morgan Doyle. And also the deputy representative of the UNDP in Brazil, Mr. Carlos Arboleda. The Systemic Coordination Director of SICOBE, Mr. Enio Mainen. And also, he's responsible for the financial system from the FD, Mr. Paulo Jorge Simplício. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the Brazilian national anthem.
das margens vácidas de um povo orgulhado e e o sol da liberdade raios rojos brilhou no céu da pátria nesse instante. Se o Senhor dessa igualdade conseguimos conquistar com braço forte. Em teu seio, a liberdade desafia o nosso peito à própria morte. Ó Pátria amada, salve, Brasil, um sonho intenso, raio verde, de amor e de esperança a terra desce, sem teu formoso céu exorbiente, a imagem do cruzeiro resplandece, gigante pela própria natureza, és velha sorte, mal e dolorosa, e o teu nome expressa a grandeza, terra dourada, entre outras linhas do Brasil, a pátria amada, dos finlandeses e sol mais longe, pátria amada, Brasil. Eternamente nesse esplêndido, ao som do mar e a luz do céu profundo, fulguras altas em florão da América, iluminando o sol do novo mundo, do que a terra mais garrida, teus sonhos e dos campos têm mais flores, nossos bosques têm mais vida, nossa vida no teu seio mais amores. Ó Pátria amada, salve, salve, Brasil de amor eterno seja seu, olá para o que os tempos estrelado, e digam bem de novo dessa forma, traz novo dor e glória no passado, mas ergues a justiça clava forte, verás que o filho teu não foge à lua, nem tem ninguém que amar a própria morte, terra molhada, entre outras lutas do Brasil, a pátria amada, dos filhos desde sol nas mãos, gente, pátria amada, Brasil.
Senhoras e senhores, antes...
Ladies and gentlemen, before passing the floor to the authorities, please stand a little closer to the front of the stage so that we can take an official photo. Please stand at the front of the stage. And we would like to mention the presence of Mrs. Viviane Farias. She is representing here the Minister of Turismo, Mr. Celso Sabino. So please take your seats now, dear authorities and those who are here on the opening panel. And I would like to invite Ms. Esther Dweck, Minister of Innovation, so that she can give her initial remarks. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. To me, it's a great honor to be here opening this forum beside such distinguished people, because I don't know if you know, but I have a long relationship with the ABDE. I am an economist. I have been their partner for a long time. I have already taken part in events, and even the 2030 plan that the ABDE has. I have taken part in several meetings, and it's a great pleasure to be here opening this forum. And it's a different position because I was always a researcher with them and for them. And now I am a minister. So we are going to implement everything that we discuss. So President Celso Pancera I believe that the ABDE is a very, very important organization for Brazil as an underdeveloped country, okay? We have a fostering sector that is enviable to other nations, and we can discuss with all of the fostering organizations where we're going to, and this is something to envy. And President Lula and us, we are totally committed to having a sustainable development of Brazil, and that the fostering system is discussing this. This is a great honor for us. So I would like to greet all of my co-panelists, and mainly Ms. Silva Rooks, because she's another lady here, and together the UN system as a whole, and it's being represented by the UNDP. The UNDP has had a very important role in fostering the Sustainable Development Agenda so that we can implement the SDGs. I took part in President Dilma's government administration, and we had many partnerships with the UNDP within the government, but the entire world was discussing the SDGs. And now in Brazil, we had a huge pathway backwards, and now we are now trying to promote the SDSs again. And so the SDGs, okay, they were only tried to be achieved by the poorest countries, the neediest countries, and now we have multilateral and international organizations having a core role in this. Mr. Morgan Doyle, and Mr. Carlos Arboleda, who is here. I would like to greet Mr. Enio Mainen and also Mr. Paulo Jorge Simplício from the AFD. And he has been a great partner of Brazil, okay, and as a development agency. And at this moment, in the government, we are discussing some plans that are going to need the development agencies in Brazil. So we have some important areas in Brazil, starting with the new industrial policy. And one of the issues that is going to be discussed here is the green reindustrialization of Brazil, the sustainable industrialization of Brazil. And just like the Vice President Geraldo Alckmin has been mentioning, okay? And so how are we going to create factories and industries that are green and sustainable to see that the development system is working along those lines is very important. The new PAC that only counts on public investment from the government's budget, but also from funding from the private sector. And this is very important, okay, to receive funding from the private sector. When Minister Rui presented the huge PAC numbers and figures, the private sector is going to play a very important role. They represent almost 1/3 of all of the funding. And we need this development system in Brazil so that we can do everything we need for the future. And the ecological program that is being done is also important. And all of this goes towards the same goal. So to have an inclusive, a sustainable development, to have a Brazil that is truly going to be for everybody. And so that in 2030 we can get there. And this is our huge expectation, not only hope and expectation, but we have to work hard for this so that we can have a better Brazil, a sovereign Brazil, a more just Brazil, so that our citizens can have a decent life and have their rights ensured to them, and with the capacity for them to have a dignified life. Thank you very much. Congratulations to the ABDE. We would like to thank Minister Esther Dweck, and now we would like to pass the floor to the President of FINEP and also the ABDE, Mr. Celso Pancera. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This light is right in my eyes. I'm a bit uncomfortable, but okay. But it's a great pleasure to be here talking to you during this opening ceremony, which is the 8th Development Forum that the ABDE has organized. It's the 2023 forum. I would like to greet Minister Esther Dweck. She was a professor at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. Miss Sylvia Rooks, it's a great pleasure to be with you once again. Mr. Morgan Doyle, what a great pleasure to be with you too. Mr. Carlos Arboleda, who has presented me with this beautiful newsletter and magazine. I would like to study it and all of the methodologies that are going to be presented today. Mr. Enio, thank you for all of the support Cicobi has given to the ABDE. And Mr. Paulo Jorge Simplício, thank you so much. I would like to thank my Vice President, who's here, Mr. Heraldo. Hey, Heraldo, good morning. Thank you for your support. Vice President Gordon is not here. He is attending an event organized by the National Development Bank here in Brazil. And thank you for the women who are part of the system. We were chatting a while ago about the role that women have. So we have to firmly fight against this gender inequality. And Cristiane Vitorino, our executive secretary. And I would like to thank her entire team, the ABDE team. Congratulations to all of you. It's a great, great honor to be the president of the ABDE. So we were elected and we were inaugurated about 2 months ago. And now our true mission is to strengthen the national development system. And now in line with the government's ideas, we are calling it a neo-industrialization with all of the neo-industrialization axes that it brings with it. Sustainability, environmental protection, and that is equal in terms of race, gender, salary, working conditions. And so these are important points that the ABDE is going to develop and take along so that we can recover our national economy. Márcio, we went to the state of Rio Grande do Norte together, uniting all of the agencies in the Northeast. I have been chatting with the Northeastern governors. Yesterday, I met with Mr. Rafael, the governor of Piauí. We are going to try our best to strengthen the system in the Northeast and in the North. The South learned a lot on how to do that. São Paulo is vigorous. The Midwest is strengthening its system.
But there's a part of Brazil that needs to use better and with more presence and stronger our system of national development to make the country less unfair, more fair, to have a complex economy that is developed. We had some setbacks in these last years. I know how in the area of science it was hard these last years in the sector, but we were able to resist. Now we're in a good moment here, and we have to take on this movement to accelerate the machine so that things can move forward. And the national program for new industrialization with focus on sustainability has everything to do with SDGs and a strong presence of those. And we're going to work on those. And that is why I proposed myself with some directors of public banks to be part of the ABDE, to strengthen the system. Let's work tirelessly. We will launch today our parliamentary front. We changed that date, talking with the main public banks, because we noticed that it would be a date where all the banks would be present. Not that the others are not significant, but we want to involve everyone in this process. And the parliamentarians were with a very heavy agenda. So we're not launching it front. We'll do it in 2-3 weeks. And I'll set it up with time so that we can have a strong presence, everything from government and parliament, because in fact we want to unlock, or the majority, the bottlenecks that we have in the system so that it flows better and develops better. So I'd like to thank you all for your presence. Make a good use of this eighth forum that is consolidated like a loci, a moment for the debate and for the Brazilian system, and that we have the honor to be present here with the president of the ABDE. Thank you to all and have a good forum. So, thank you, Mr. Celso Pancera. Due to commitments, previous commitments, our minister will have to become absent, will have to leave earlier, and we thank her for her presence. Thank you, Minister of Management and Innovations Public Services, Mrs. Esther Dweck. Now, following the opening speeches of this eighth forum of the development of ABDE 2023, I would like to invite Ms. Sylvia Hooks, resident coordinator of the UN, and to make her initial considerations. Good morning to all. I would like to congratulate Celso Pancera, President of the ABDE, and all his directory that is here, as well as the representatives of the institutions that are part of the association, and special greeting to the Minister of Innovation in Public Services, Ms. Esther Dweck, and in her name, other representatives of the federal government. And I was glad we were able to talk to her before and to work with the UN system. Mr. Morgan Doyle, representative of the IDB in Brazil, and besides my colleagues from the UN, Mr. Carlos Arboleda, resident of the UNDP for the development in Brazil. And special greeting to the people that are seeing this event online in and outside the country. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be here as a resident coordinator of the UN and representative of the Secretary General in Brazil to discuss a vital theme for the country and of the world, the financing for the sustainable development. This is a critical moment in our trajectory, and that we should join efforts and ideas to transform the sustainability missions or ideas and to make them tangible. The commitment with sustainable development is not only an ethical choice, but a need, a permanent need. We know that the pressure on our natural resources, persistent inequalities, global climate change are menacing the foundations of our well-being, our economic prosperity, and social stability. So it's imperative that we mobilize resources in an intelligent manner to build a more sustainable and inclusive future for all. The national system has a crucial role, and this was affirmed recently by the Vice Secretary of the UN, Ms. Mohammed, in her mission to Brazil in the beginning of August. And a meeting with the presidency and the directors of ABDE, she encouraged the ambitions of the association of being the vector of sustainable impact. She was pretty impressed by the ABDE's numbers, by the fact that they have assets of 5.1 trillion reais, over $1 trillion, and to have a credit of around 281 billion reais for small and medium companies. But she alerted that it is crucial to guarantee that these values be channeled for two sustainable activities and prioritize for those groups of greater vulnerability like women and youth in Brazil. So in that sense, the UN system would like to highlight the importance of creating sustainable financial systems that are innovative and that stimulus for the SDGs in the Brazilian system, and to have a role even more influent in overcoming social inequalities, environmental and, economic, and those priorities of the 2030 agenda. So the ABDE plan for sustainable development launched last year is a strategy that shows the joint view of these institutions in order to join with these global sustainability goals. And this forum of the ABD this year, being entitled Transforming Missions into Agendas, evidences that it's not only a declaration of intentions, but a concrete agenda for actions. And developing sustainability plans with indications of concrete actions, you will build bridges between the worlds of finance and the search for a more equitative future, more aligned in all dimensions of sustainable development. Based on the rich discussions that happened in the preparatory events for this forum, and which we followed up as the UN system, it was able to identify strategic lines in terms of accelerating the 2030 agenda in the country. The integration of the sustainable view in infrastructure projects is a crucial step to guarantee that the economic growth will not come at the cost of the environment, but in harmony with it. The solutions based on bioeconomy and nature not only give answers to the environmental challenges, but also create economic opportunities, jobs that are dignified. And part of the director of the ILO is here and is following too. And the commitment to promote diversity and social inclusion in models of economic sustainable development is a clear sign that we are adopting a broad view of progress. A really sustainable progress cannot leave anyone behind. That means not only to create equal opportunity, to value and celebrate our differences as a source of collective strength. But to transform these ambitious plans in reality, we have to talk about the channeling of financial resources that have effective impact. We know that the investments necessary to make concrete the ABDE Sustainable Development Plan are substantial and demand a collaborative and innovative approach. That's why I was very happy to see Minister Esther Weck to enrich in this discussion on innovation. The public and private sector, financial institutions, civil society should work jointly to mobilize and execute these resources. This year, when we got to the half of the 2030 agenda, it's a decisive moment. We have a unique opportunity to have a more inclusive and sustainable future for all. But for that, we need to act. Here in Brazil, the national system for development could be a motor for this change, an engine to transform these in concrete actions. The UN will be at the side of ABDE and their associates and all other stakeholders in the country that are committed to this journey, so that we might together build a dignified vision for present and future generations. Our sincere thanks to Ms. Hooks. And before we continue, I'd like to once more to thank and register the presence Madam Viviane Farias, Director of Credit, Investments and Concessions in Tourism, representing the Minister of Tourism, Mr. Sabino. Thank you for your presence. Also the presence of Mr. Luis Carlos da Silva, representing Labor Minister, Mr. Marinho. Now, with the word, the representative of the Inter-American Development Bank, Mr. Morgan Doyle. Good morning to all. It's a pleasure, enormous pleasure to be here. I'd like to greet here the panel, which I'm sharing this opening, and sharing first Celso Panceira, and also to thank here for having the possibility of this such long and fruitful relationship that we have with the ABDE. We also like to greet the resident coordinator of UN, Ms. Sylvia Hooks, Mr. Paulo Jorge Simplício, Hélio Enio Menin of Sicobi, and from PNUD, Carlos Arboleda. And thank you for this partnership with us. I would like to start with a reflection on the importance of this event. For us in IDB, it's been an important partner. We think this is the first of multilateral collaboration with the ABDE and also with the NDFS. The minister, I won't greet her because of course she left, but it was an honor to share this panel with her. The importance of the national system for development, I think it's a strength that has to be explored at the most, and the agenda of this event and what has happened in the last years, and I've had the pleasure of following up, and this partnership between us and our partners that are here with the National Development Financial System has given very expressive fruits in creating products and knowledge in order to push the frontier of what is happening in Brazil, but also to promote and ease the dialogue between the various institutions and to create incentives for the production of relevant scientific knowledge. I'd also like to highlight the ABDE IDB Prize that is in the 9th edition that points precisely to that, to publish relevant scientific articles, which has been a window to understand how the society of researchers in Brazil are engaged with the development agenda. I'd also like to highlight the support of the ABDE and the members that have given to the various agendas, but especially the small and medium companies, sustainable development, and digital inclusion that has been central of our agenda to recover not only of COVID, but looking forward. Like it was commented by the president of ABDE, the theme of this forum is transforming missions and nations. I think it's a very pertinent theme in IDB to transform our themes in actions has been a call to an action that's very strong and we felt and embraced. We are working in that sense in various fronts with the partners we have here. I would like to mention an example that's very important, and I would like to thank ABDE and in the name of Gordon that is not here, but through him, through the BNDES, the National Development Bank, our problems with the Amazon, the program he points out for the conservation of the forest and weather and the climate and improving people's life in the Amazon region. So in that sense, very recently in Belém, we set together with BNDES the Green Coalition. The Green Coalition, that was an idea discussed between the IDB president and the BNDES president, was able to mobilize 19 development banks of all of the Amazonian region, of Brazil especially, but of all countries of the region. And this has a very strong focus in being able to work in a coordinated way. It's the strength of ABDE of Brazil in Brazil, and this strength has been used in a decisive and assertive manner. In the end, the sharing of expertise and having a series of common objectives, common metrics, allows us that the different agencies position themselves vis-a-vis to the world on the themes that move the world. When you look at the world's speech of the world and as regard climate change, it's an existential and generational crisis and associated with the Amazon issue. So to having all of the development agency engage with associated agendas to develop sustainable development. So I'd like to thank the decision to join and advance in that sense, and also to extend this invitation in the name of the IDB and the BNDES. Besides that, I would like also to highlight another front which is very relevant for this audience, that has to do with the development of innovative financial instruments, something that is very dear to ABDE and other members, and also to us in the IDB. So I'd like once more to reinforce the discussion of the bank to help to develop innovative instruments that can really attract the great quantities of resources that are focused in ESG themes and the diversity which we have here. I'd just like to mention one example that worked very well, which the IDB was involved, debt for nature, so changing debt for conservation. And here is a working vector for the banks that are working with the different biomes. There's no reason to be associated only with the Amazon. It can be with the Caatinga, the Cerrado, the Mata Atlântica, but we have an opportunity to think in a different way in how refinancing debt and creating resources that perpetuate sustainable development. So for us, these agendas are absolutely fundamental, but what I want to reinforce, but the spirit of this event, as was very well highlighted by the minister, and she knows very well the president, this union that exists in the ABD is an incomparable strength so that we can advance in these agendas that concern the citizens of Brazil. So once more, I like to say that IDB is available, and our deep commitment to the financial system, and we financed in the last year over 50 billion reais for the national system. We're fully engaged. We're looking at 7 billion reais further ahead, and we are engaged. But it's not that. Financing is one, even a smaller part than what we have here. I think innovation and the union of having clear objectives and being able to innovate in the instruments that concern the system, that's what moves us. So I'd like to express our satisfaction to be here in this event and to say that we're very enthusiastic to be your partners, and we are once more available to be partners in this path of the sustainable development. Thank you, Celso. Thank you, the members, and congratulations, and have a good event.
We would like to thank Mr. Morgan Doyle. And now we would like to mention the presence of Mr. Daniel Lodetti. He's the Undersecretary for the Sustainable Development, and he's representing the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Now we would like to pass the floor to Mr. Carlos Arboleda, okay? He is the Deputy Representative for the UNDP. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to greet the members of the first panel, Mr. Celso Pancera, the President of FINEP and the ABDE, as a representative of all of the partnership that we have with the ABDE, Ms. Sylvia Rux, okay, Mr. Morgan Doyle, representing the IDB group here in Brazil, Mr. Paulo Jorge Simplício, responsible for the financial systems, and Mr. Enio Meinen, Director of the Systemic Coordination of the Institutional Relationships from SICOBE. To the other authorities present here, ladies and gentlemen, and to everybody who's watching us online. First of all, I would like to say that we have a huge challenge ahead of us. We're getting closer and closer to 2030, and we still have a lot to do before we can reach the 2030 agenda's goals. And so we have $4 trillion, okay? And this says that a lot of resources still have to be mobilized so that we can achieve all of the goals that we have as a family, as a planet. And we have a great opportunity to do that. The entire richness and wealth that includes all of the financial and non-financial assets and the internal debt, they are over $4 trillion. Maybe 1% of that would be enough so that we can close this financing and funding gap. And so the UNDP at a global level, we intend to invest $1 trillion so that we can achieve the SDGs, be it by the financial funds invested or by the partners that can help us achieve this SDGs. We have the partnerships and the way to implement that. Since 2020, when we signed a memorandum of understanding between the UNDP and the ABDE, we are trying to leverage the development funds. And since that time, our partnership has improved, and we implemented the 2030 mission that the ABDE has jointly with the other UN agencies, participating in forums such as this one, and also offering technical support so that our partnership can become sounder and sounder. And we have reached some results, and our partnership allowed us to organize the forum academia, and we were also able to develop the SDG forum that aims to channel funds to the system, and it also allowed us to develop the innovative methodology between the ABDE and the UNDP so that we can achieve the SDGs. We are launching this initiative today jointly, and we have been able to already raise 650 million reais so that we can achieve the SDGs, and also how we can accelerate the growth in Brazil and how we can leverage these contributions even more. The conclusion that we have arrived at is that the development system has huge potential, and it can really boost development, be it because of how big it is or the extension it has. And moments such as today, they are going to allow us to unite our strengths and leverage these capacities, accelerating all the sustainable development. Finally, we are proud, as many of the people who spoke before me. We are proud of the development system that we have in Brazil, and we are proud of our partnership with the ABDE, all of the results we have already achieved and the ones we are going to achieve. And we are going to have all of the agencies of the UN aiming to diminish our inequalities and also to promote a sustainable development, sustainable social and economic development. Count on me and on my organization. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now we are going to listen to Mr. Enio Meinen, okay? He is the director of the director of the Systemic Coordination and Institution Relations of SICOBE. Good morning to all of you, and I wish to all of you a fruitful time ahead of your organization. and Sicobi is here to support you in all of the financial sector. And Ms. Sylvia, and I would like to greet all of the members, all of the authorities mentioned by the protocol department. And I would like to leave my regards to those who are following us up online. President, the space here is reserved for an institutional message, and I'm going to do this very briefly, but I would like to ask your permission to give an expanded approach, not only discussing Sicobi, but the entire financial cooperatives that we have in Brazil. Sicobi is included in this movement. First of all, I would like to say that financial cooperatives has signed the World Pact for quite some time, so we are totally committed to the 2030 agenda, and we're totally involved with all of the topics that are part of this event's agenda. We're always going to be together ahead of everything. And the cooperatives, since they were born, considering its purpose, its commitment with entrepreneurs, since 1984, so we are totally committed to an agenda associated to the well-being of everybody, to the future, to promoting a sustainable future. And I would like to share a few figures with you guys regarding the financial cooperatives and their development, okay? And the development has been very positive, and everything is highly related to the support that this movement receives, the support from our society. And I mentioned the Central Bank of Brazil. We have Mr. Filgueiras here. We have Sebrae, my friend Alessandro, and so many other organizations. So we concluded 2022 as being responsible for 22% of all of the credit for small businesses and enterprises in Brazil. And this is a very significant number, and our responsibility has increased. We shouldn't stop there. In France, for instance, the financial cooperatives, they represent 70% for the same SMEs. So there is a generous market so that we can acquire it and attract it with our proposals. And we also represent 21% of the rural credit offered in Brazil. We are the first operator of rural programs supported by the BNDES, the Brazilian National Development Bank. And so our cooperatives, our financial cooperatives, we have the largest physical structures in Brazil, and this is also a piece of data that is going to allow us to aim to achieve much more than we have achieved. And finally, we have a social piece of data, and now in July we have helped 20 million individuals and entrepreneurs in Brazil. Individuals that represent only 4.7%, and in France we're talking about 45% of the population, in Canada 40%, in the USA 40%, and now we have a wonderful space here. And the SMEs, regarding their representation, they represent 14%. And in order to meet the demands that all of these people have, we have 120,000 formal workers. Beyond these figures, and I'm almost wrapping up my participation, the financial cooperatives, they impact our economy positively. As a financial organization, and we can practice lower prices because we don't aim to only have profit, so the cooperative is a relevant competitor. It's like a regulator of the market, and we are considered to be protagonists. This is very good for individuals and for entrepreneurs. And the central bank, when they published their publication of 2022, they show that between 2016 and 2022, the financial cooperatives represented a huge growth. And for those who chose the cooperatives to get credit, to get loans and funding, and so they received 131.2 billion reais that remained in our communities that are served by the cooperatives, the financial cooperatives. And so I would say the associate is also a manager of the cooperatives. And this is something unique about the cooperatives. The cooperatives have also promoted financial inclusion. And when it comes to the agency, the facilities that work from Monday to Friday, and they support all of the financial services and products. And we have people there meeting our clients' demands. So we are present in 976 Brazilian communities, and this is important. But those people, they have a financial cooperative there. And we are also promoting financial education, and the Central Bank of Brazil has defended that. In the last events led by the central bank, so 90% of the actions, they were carried out by the cooperatives, the financial cooperatives. In 2021, it was 91% of the events were organized by us. The financial cooperatives, they also bring about positive impacts on our communities. And we have Sicredi and FIPE. Okay, Sicredi is one of the most meaningful systems in Brazil. Among the findings of the study, it says that the financial cooperatives, they increase 5 to 6% of the personal or individual GDP, all of the wealth that is generated. So every 36,000 reais lent by the cooperatives generate one job. And we increase the number of SMEs in Brazil. Each real that we loan impacts the local economy positively, and so on and so forth. So financial cooperatives, as I mentioned initially, even though it generates meaningful impacts, we can mention the social projects that we have. Many cooperatives, I don't know if most of them, they have included in their regulations a social fund, and they channel a large part of their profits to help vulnerable people, and they are associated to the 17 SDGs. In 2022 only, we invested directly in this purpose about 1 billion reais. 1 billion reais. This is a very significant figure. I'm not talking about the other economic benefits. Having said that, I believe that my time is over now. Once again, I would like to reinforce, President Celso, the Brazilian financial cooperatives. We are assuming a commitment with this sustainable development, with that agenda, and with the ABDE's purposes. Thank you very much. And proposals. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Enio Maino. And now we would like to pass the floor to Mr. Paulo Jorge Simplício, okay? He's responsible for the Financial Systems Department at the AFD. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to greet Minister Esther Dweck, Mr. Celso Pancera. Thank you very much for welcoming us at this opening ceremony. We feel very honored. Ms. Sylvia Rux, Mr. Morgan Doyle, Mr. Carlos Arboledo, ladies and gentlemen, authorities present here today, thank you, and those who are following us up online. Good morning to all of you. As the representative of the Development Financial Agency in Brazil, or Development Agency in Brazil, it's a great honor to be here. These 2 days are going to be very important for us to strengthen our partnerships by disseminating the best practices, and we're trying to find the economic and social development jointly with preserving our natural resources, our biodiversity, fighting against the consequences of climate change, and fighting against social inequalities. The French Development Agency is a public agency that is present in over 150 countries and present on all 5 continents. And we are part of the development system of the French government. As a bilateral agency, the AFB is involved in thousands of projects regarding urban development, agriculture, rural areas, education, healthcare, And in Brazil, we have been working here since 2007 so that we can create an inclusive and sustainable system. The climate change is preserving our biodiversity and the fight against social inequalities. They are milestones of our work. Okay, so we offer loans to states, municipalities, to public companies, and also to the main stakeholders of the financial system. Mr. Enio, we still don't have any cooperatives. Let's talk. We need to chat. So Brazil nowadays is one of the greatest beneficiaries of our funds, okay? And we have already shared with Brazil 3.8 billion euros. And so the AFB has been funding projects that aim to increase the access to renewable energy, to improve urban mobility, public transportation. And so the agency has had an important role when it comes to water and sanitation projects in urban areas and rural areas. Another thing that is important is that we support environmental projects and also the preservation of the biodiversity that we have mainly in the Amazon. We try to stop the deforestation and we try to support sustainable agricultural projects. So to sum up, the AFD supports sustainable projects in Brazil and initiatives that encompass many key areas. And I would like once again to greet the work done by the ABDE, because they are a great vector so that we can create a sustainable initiative that is coherent, adjusted to the Brazilian realities, and that has become a true partner of the AFD. And to wrap up, I would like to say we're very, very happy with this event, and this shows the ambition of the financial actors to promote and create a sustainable future and a common future. I wish to all of you a wonderful event. Thank you very much.
Very well. Our thanks to Mr. Paulo Jorge Simplício. Now I'd like to thank this moment to the panel members, all the authorities present. Very thank you. Feel free to take your place here in the auditorium, because now, in fact, the ABDA Forum, Development Forum is officially opened. While we wait for them to settle down so that we might continue, let's continue, because we will have our first panel where we will deal with the potential of financial institutions of development in the transformation from plans into actions for sustainable development. And the objective is to discuss the central role of these actors to reach the 2030 agenda objectives in our country. Our guests will debate experiences learned that can orient and reinforce the action of the national development system in the ABDE Sustainable Development Plan. Let's continue with this debate. We would like to invite to our stage here Subsecretary of Finance and Development, some Sustainable Development from the Ministry of Economy, Mr. Ivan Oliveira. I'd also like to invite Professor from McMaster University, Mr. Thomas Mahua. We'd allow us to call the coordinator of the Fibras program from GIZ, Mr. Gustavo Ribeiro. Also, the Executive Director for Sustainability from Caixa, Mr. Jean Benevides. Also like to invite the Regional Aid for the Global Fund for Cities Development, Mrs. Gabriela Costa Ferreira, who will make the comments. We remind you that the participation of everyone is welcome, so the people that are here present to participate and possibly send a question or a comment that has to do with the material. You receive the material in the beginning of the entrance of the auditorium, and we can deliver these to your receptionist, and these questions will be sent to our commenters. And you that are following us remotely, you can also interact us through the website. You can send a question, a comment that has to do with the subject. So now let's hear for the initial speech, Mrs. Gabriela Costa Ferreira. Good morning to all. Thank you very much. My name is Gabriela Costa Ferreira. I'm the regional aide for the Global Fund for Cities Development. It's a great honor to be representing Mr. Freitas, which couldn't be here. So in his name, I would like to thank immensely the invitation by ABDE to be in this forum for the second time. I would like to thank also President Celso Fonseca from our focal points, from Kézia and all of the team, to congratulate you for this event that is already a success. The mobilization of all the partners with a high level of mobilization and also high level of the themes that will be dealt in these 2 days of forum. Firstly, I would like to say, so the NDFS, it's created over 10 years ago, specifically for subnational investment to channel the financial flows to the local level. We were born from this prerogative that the international agenda would get to the front. We need to have a dialogue, a well-established dialogue between local actors, municipalities, small and medium companies, and the financial actors. And we were born from this prerogative of answering this bottleneck as intermediators, and these two sides, the two ends of the local financing. Within our experience dealing with various actors, be they on the political side, dealing with national governments, international organizations, regional governments, local governments, and on the financial end, dealing with banks, multilateral banks, regional banks, bilateral banks, national and regional and subnational banks. So we've noticed the importance of the subnational banks that are well represented here in Brazil by the NDFS and the ABDE, and creating this bridge in order to capitalize the lines, the international funds, and even the national to the local level. So in this perspective, for 2 years, we've created an alliance of the national banks for the Latin American and Caribbean, together with and others, and now we count with over 20 members. This dynamic was created with the common financing, which is a forum with over 500 public banks, and they will be in Cartagena, Colombia. And the idea of this alliance is to reinforce the role of the subnational banks in this financial line in order that they might reach the front end, reinforce their role in the international arena, how to train them, and also to make this bridge with the projects at the local level. We've observed an opportunity, even in the work of the ABDE. They have done a great work of aligning the investment portfolios with the international agendas, and now we are ready to launch into action, and it's a great opportunity of starting this panel with this such hands-on theme and on these 2 days of dialogue here in this event, and to show the intent of this event. And I think this will bring important reflections so that we can continue in this pragmatic perspective. So, without further ado, if you want to send questions at the end, if you're taking notes, we will have first interventions of our three panelists, and then we will open for questions. So to start our dialogue, I would like to invite Mr. Olivan Oliveira, Subsecretary for Sustainable Development, to share a little bit of his perspectives of his experience in the Finance Ministry as regards the strategies of the government to increase the volume of business of finance, and what would be the role of this national development system as a financial branch in giving a catalyst to these strategies, especially the ecological plan, let's say. You have the floor. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be in this event of the ABDE that's so important for our country. I will bring a bit of what we've done, especially in the international area in the Ministry of Finance. Some of the challenges we have at the national level, be it direct financing to programs and projects, but also to bring how this is important for Brazil in this current situation, where Brazil is preparing to take over the G20 in December, and where sustainable development is one of the priorities in the G20 to deliver what President Lula has said, that we have to deal with this inequality and this financing of the transition of the process. And in that sense, I'd like to congratulate the ABDE for bringing the SDGs, a central aspect of this here. And something I've seen, especially in the international arena, in some of the reforms, the World Bank is going through the main reforms of its history, even though it's not very publicized, the World Development Map. This will have an impact in other multilateral, so will have impact as well for us as clients, but also owners of the bank, or at least our small part, and the connection with the financiers. So the critical point is a counterpoint between climate and development. So what we try to do in the Ministry of Finance, you cannot think about climate without thinking of development, and only talk about climate like in Brazil, and not only mitigation and CO2 when you have to face critical social problems from previous centuries and that we have in various countries like ours. A critical point here, and bring the SDGs helps to equate. Climate is one of the SDGs, is a constellation of problems that we have to solve. Not only it, of course, it's critical for the existence of humanity on Earth, but it has to be connected with the needs of the location of each country and their needs. So that's the first important point. SDGs are important, but even more important that we can do this connection between the social, the environmental, the social and the climate as being central to the development agenda of the country. I was seeing the opening panel, and it's important to highlight some of the plans that government has already launched that give the directives of where we will go through the next years. We have a PACs that are connected to the sustainability and climate in general. We have a new PPA that connects sustainability and SDGs. We have an ecological transition plan launched by the minister when the PACs were announced. That will be more detailed, but will cover a whole agenda of the government for this transition with full sectors and focus and attention. All of the part of financing of projects will be critical, and critical partnership with ABDE. with our development. And then we have a new industrialization agenda, which is critical, and I would say ABDE is even more important for that. For a series of projects and programs, it's way easier to get finance from abroad, where there's more appetite to keep forests standing up, or even in some other projects that there are international funds that were created, even in specific climate action for the reduction of CO2. Brazil, in this same scenario, in June, we were a climate investment funds, and first time approved in Brazil, and we approved a $70 million program. It involves two programs coordinated by World Bank and the IDB for the investment in renewable energy in Brazil. So there are small focuses where the international resources get in a direct and easier way. But for the industry and the transformation of industry and the new industrialization, we need national resources. Of course, countries tend to cooperate, but there is an agenda of competition. If we want to advance and, in fact, reposition our industry in this context, domestic financing is essential, and this has been a central part of the process. Our PAC makes this very clear in how much we need public and private investments, more national, with new mechanism, new scripts so that we might finance projects. Once more, this national development finance system is critical. There are some areas where the private will never get if the public sector doesn't go ahead in order to make the investment that creates the opportunities, that calibrates the risk and generates the benefits and brings more investments and making an important scaling of projects, new technologies. So this is a central point. So from one, you have this dichotomy between climate and development, which we try to connect. Sustainability is the name for that, and the other is for external finance. I think domestic is critical, though, and the partnership of the BNDES and other banks is absolutely important. Of course that the international is important. I'd like to highlight in my last minutes the agenda that we've been doing with the G20, and Brazil will be in the presidency of the G20 in December, and something we're talking about, there are two tracks. There's one for Sherpas and one for finances, and the finance is the Ministry of Finance, and the other one by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And we seek within the G20 to think about mechanisms to amplify sustainables projects and to leverage private financing. And we've working a bit. There are two critical points. We haven't talked to the private sector. If you want to leverage the private sector, and within the group, we don't know how the G20 could give impulse to this connection with the private sector. So what we want to do is bring a little bit of the private sector. What are the limits? What are the risks? As an economist, I can say that, but other thing of those that are operating, what are the bottlenecks so that the G20 can build any useful. And another critical point of this specific is the connection between the private and the public. What we want to do in our presidency is a pool of public resources from the developed countries on the vertical green funds, like the Green Climate Fund, Climate Investment Fund, Global Environmental Facility, Adaptation Fund, that are very hard to get access. For you to have an idea, the BNDES is one of those accredited to the Green Climate Fund, and we have great difficulty in operating with the GCF. If the BNDES that has the expertise, imagine the rest of our system. So an agenda we want to put as critical, and it connects to the international agenda and is very important to us to ease the access of the developing countries to these funds. We want that project in the interior of Bahia, Piauí, or Rio Grande do Sul of a regional bank might get credit, important concessionary credit, partially donations from these climate funds to make up a mix, a blended finances of concessional, more resources, and some private banks. And she will say that these public funds, that we can generate an impact because these are too hard to access. This connects directly to the domestic agenda. We have various plans, and we will need resources for that. It's a great pocket, but it's a pocket we have to use very strategically in order to connect to these resources. The solidarity and with the connection with these countries in development. Imagine here in Brazil, if the BNDES has difficulty, imagine to someone in the Marshall Islands or some other places. So to make this easier access to the funds and the resources that come from that according to the needs of each of the development countries, we need it maybe for a certain type of profile of project. Some areas we have good domestic private resources, so this might need some concessions, but there are many others in terms of biodiversity in the Amazon. If we don't have a heavy concessional credit and donations, we will not be able to operate. So this connection with these countries in development and Brazil as a leader of an agenda of a transition between the countries is very dear to us. And I understand through this agenda that we're building in the G20, we'll have the possibility of making useful deliveries to our domestic agenda that are relevant, but also, more importantly, to help other countries in development in their process of transition and transformation. And I know my time is over. Just one final point. You would talk about the fix, the Ministry of Finance, ABDE, and others. We set up a panel in Cartagena next week for sustainable development. And we'll have this common summit where most of the banks, multilateral banks, binational, will be over there. And we want to take a little bit about this message, the main topics we want to have on G20 on sustainable development, and hear it from these relevant stakeholders. It's a moment for us to collect a little bit about the problems, those that operate. Once more, in the financial track, we want to be financial solutions. G20 connected to reality, not only with strategic debates or very shallow deliveries. We want to connect to our domestic needs, but also with solutions for countries in development, especially in this area of sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Your comments were very, very important. And so the fix, it has this mandate this year to focus the debate more on the blended financing, because we need many, many resources so that we're going to be able to achieve this 2030 agenda. Now, continuing our panel, I would like to invite Mr. Thomas Mahua. Thomas, he is a political economy professor at McMaster University, and he's present online. And so please share with us all of your perspectives regarding the role of public credit in the funding this transition, and for beyond that, what would be the possible opportunities so that we can have a cooperation between the public and the private sector so that we can fund the transition to the low carbon economy. Thank you very much. The floor is yours, sir.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you to the ABDE for the generous invitation. My apologies for not being in person, but I've like many in the room are on my way to the Finance and Commons in Cartagena. And so it'd be a bit too much travel back and forth to Canada and to South America. There are a couple of things I want to speak to today in terms of the topic of the turning plans into action and the role of development finance institutions. And I'm going to bring, a global view to this discussion. I don't presume to be an expert on Brazil, but I think there are many lessons that Brazil can share with the world. And then there are some, lessons to the world that we also need to learn in terms of reaching the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals and doing those in the time needed. I want to make an important key point. There's a couple key points I'll make in my intervention. One is that, frankly, there's no pathway to a sustainable future that will not pass through public financial institutions. And this might be well understood in Brazil, but elsewhere around the world, this is a rather novel idea. But at the same time, we have to raise the question of whether this financing of green transitions will be just. And I think that remains an open question that we need to answer. The green transition will get financed, but will that finance enhance equity, and will that promote social justice? And in this, I think we need to be, a bit more skeptical and ask a few more questions around the billions to trillions agenda, around, in many ways, I think, a disproportionate focus on the necessity to leverage private finance. Private finance will be involved, but what I want to make a point today is that much of the sort of advancements in the financing of green transitions are coming through innovative public projects. And in that way, there's also an opportunity to ensure that the green transition is also just. And so we're really in the agenda of financing the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. There's an already existing, viable alternative, and that's really the world of public banks. Just to, give a sense to the audience that when you add up, all the institutions, public banking institutions around the world, they've combined assets of $49 trillion. To put that in context, that is greater than the GDPs of the United States, Germany, and China combined. So there's absolutely massive financial resources existing within already existing public financial institutions and banks, and that these can be, aggressively redirected towards the achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And these institutions are worldwide. There's still more than 900 public banks in existence around the world, and their numbers are growing daily. But these public banks have very different purposes and mandates. We've already heard a little bit about the different levels and scales of institutions in Brazil. This difference exists around the world. And this also exists at the level of mandates. And there are public banks that have more explicitly public purpose mandates. For example, like the Dutch Water Bank in the Netherlands, that has a mandate that it works, by and for the public sector in terms of reaching water goals, sustainable development goals, social housing, and so on. But where I'm from, Canada, the Canada Infrastructure Bank has a very different mandate, which is explicitly to mobilize private finance for infrastructure, but infrastructure in a way that will generate revenue, which then creates questions around equity and access and so on. So on the one hand, there is these institutions, these 900 institutions with nearly $50 trillion in assets. There's no way we're getting to the Sustainable Development Goals without passing through them. But the second main point I want to make is that to have an impact on the 2030 SDGs at the pace, scale, and on the terms appropriate for green and just transitions, we need to make use of these tools, of these institutions, in a much more explicit sort of public partnership ecosystem in terms of drawing together the multilaterals, the national development banks, the subnational and even municipal level public banks, and working with existing public enterprises, municipalities, governments, and so on, in what we can talk about as a whole of public sector approach. And at that scale, we're talking absolutely enormous resources that can be repurposed towards green and just transitions. And we know this is needed. There are evident barriers in terms of mobilizing existing private financial resources. There are challenges around holding them to account, greenwashing, but there are also structural barriers that are well known in terms of the fiduciary duties of private financial institutions to ensure certain rates of profitability, or a tendency to be more short term when we know we need long term. So what is becoming increasingly evident is that the narrative of profit maximization resolving the sustainable green and just transition goals is not functioning in the way it should, and that we need to have a more policy maximizing approach to addressing the sustainable development goals. And there's good reason.
So I believe we have had a technical problem. Professor Thomas?
Oh,
Tivemos problema
am I back
técnico.
now?
Sim, por favor, continue.
Okay. So I was just mentioning that there's good reason to look at public banks as a powerful resource. The Climate Policy Initiative tracks climate finance flows. And for its last report for around year 2020, it shows about $650 billion in trackable climate finance. Public banks provide over half of that themselves. Households around 55 billion, and then the private sector provides in total about 280 billion of that. So despite public institutions only having about 1/5 the resources of existing private institutions, they're already investing quantitatively more resources in climate finance than all private sector institutions combined. But public institutions are also advancing the policy and the practice of sustainable development and equitable development. So there are numerous institutions, I'm sure in Brazil, but also around the world. The Nordic Investment Bank, for example, has set a clear green floor. It will no longer finance any fossil fuel-based energy. There are public banks in places like Turkey focused on municipal transformations, who are the cheapest financiers for municipal infrastructure in the country. There are clear mandate-based institutions, something like FINDETER in Colombia, that has a strong, clear mandate to be a strategic partner of the national government in regional development. And there are institutions like the Banco Popular in Costa Rica that is taking a lead in developing clear partnerships with the cooperative sector, with the public institutions, universities, and with national parks to ensure that the biodiversity of the country is sustainable. So these are all policy-based interventions that are providing the financing needed, but along very clear sustainability goals. And myself as an academic and a researcher, we're also following up on these and doing research on the collaboration between public banks and provisioning of public water in terms of SDG 6. Just completed a study of that in Europe, looking at the role that public banks are doing in advancing clean, equitable, and sustainable water. And now we're extending that study to the rest of the world. We're active in projects in Latin America, Africa, and Asia now on those collaborations between public banks and public water provisioning. But I think the key point out of that is that while there are really important, practical, concrete collaborations going on, and this is a topic that we'll be raising in Finance and Commons Summit, is that this potential exists there, but more needs to be done. More needs to be done to draw that link between the multilaterals, the national development banks, and the local ones, and more needs to be done in terms of creating clear, transparent, and accountable metrics and more needs to be done, in particular, in really digging, substantively into a whole of the public sector, financial ecosystem, and orienting that at the pace, scale, and terms appropriate to green and just transitions, that we can, in fact, realize some of these SDGs in time. There is a caveat. There is nothing essentially good or bad about public banks. Public banks are only as good and as effective as a society makes them. They are contested institutions, and this is really part of the debate in terms of, who should benefit from the resources of these massively powerful financial institutions. We have to be careful in terms of, are they going to be used, substantively to de-risk private investors who have no long-term, role or stake in the realization of SDGs, or are they going to be, in many ways, the catalyst of a sort of cooperative public purpose response, let's say, to the need for green and just transitions? I realize, I don't want to take any more time. I just want to finish by posing, a couple of questions to the forum, questions that we will then pick up again in the Finance and Commons Summit. But, really, how can, public collaborations among public banks and the public sector, governments, and, state-owned enterprises, and other public sector corporations, and how can they, in collaboration rather than competition, play a fundamental and catalytic role in driving forward green and just transitions? And importantly, I think, what lessons can Brazil's public development banks share with the rest of the world? This is a pressing question for me, coming more from the global north. There is significant advancement in Brazil and across Latin America, in fact. And I think these need to be shared more at an international level to share the lessons from the south to the north. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Vários comentários aqui muito.
We have many comments, okay, very interesting comments, and we're going to shed light about the transparency of all of the indexes, the indicators, and also the mandate of the public banks, okay, when it comes to a sustainable development. And they should be an example for all of the financial organizations and institutions throughout this economic and ecological transformation. And now, in this new scenario, in which we find many challenges, we have the need to create new services, new products, so that we can overcome these challenges. And I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Gustavo Ribeiro. He is part of the fiber program from the GIZ. And so we have the fibras. This was born from the cooperation between Brazil and Germany. So what are your perspectives from the GIZ for the development of funding products and services in Brazil? And how can the national development system can offer products and services aligned with the SDGs? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gabriela. I would also like to thank the invitation that was given to me by the ABDE. And we have the German agency here, the GIZ. Thank you, Kézia Braga. Thank you to all of you. We have been working together since 2020. I'm part of a project that is called Sustainable Brazilian Development Goals. My boss could not be here today, unfortunately, due to other commitments. And so regarding the sustainable financial Brazilian initiatives, and we cooperated with the international department, and now we're working with the economic planning department. This is a bilateral program with resources from the Federal Ministry of Germany for economic support done here in Brazil. It's a great pleasure to be here by sharing the perspective that we have been working on, with our partners, and the ABDE is one of our greatest partners, so that we could share the movement that Secretary Ivan has already mentioned at a national level, at an international level. And we have the national development system that is being able to operate with a lot of heterogeneity with many organizations all over Brazil. And we also have a demand for climate demands to achieve the SDGs, and this is very vast, very broad. The diversity is enormous with many projects, and so the financial development institutions, they have this role not only of channeling all of these resources, but they are facing the challenge on how to deal with this interface between international requests mentioned by Secretary Ivan, and they are huge obstacles for you to get resources from the Green Fund. And we have highly detailed products. We have safeguards that are very strict and harsh. And there is also a standard, a compliance standard that is extremely sophisticated, that requires a lot of time. And so a project is going to take 1 year and a half with a lot of resources, with many consultants, okay? And this is a process that maybe we need to accelerate so that we can achieve the SDGs. So this aspect, and also thinking about the role of the DFIs, and focusing on the regional aspect, and that they don't have the minimum safeguards, and this presents a huge challenge. And we need a capacity building of the DFIs, and they're going to have a very slow process. Maybe not a slow process, but we have to work together, because many of the standards that are required, they required data. And so, for example, we have the central bank that supplies them to us, but many of these data are going to have to be collected internally within a financial organization, and most of them, they're going to have to be shared with us by the users. And you're going to have to analyze not only the financial aspects, okay, which was standard in our sector, but environmental and social aspects as well. So this challenge of being able to translate all of the prerequisites and all of the safeguards in such a diverse scenario is difficult. For example, electricity for all of the electrical cars in Brazil, or fostering a way so that people can buy more electrical cars. Okay, this is important. This is going to help with the climate change impacts. But if you're going to foster electrical cars in a region that they don't have a chain to repurpose or recycle the batteries, how are you going to do that? Because you can pollute the soil. So the standards and the international recommendations, they have been designed for an economy that is highly developed and that has some presuppositions.
And the challenges of managing risk in the evaluation of projects that will have to go in. And if there is a mobilization of international finances for specific themes, and you have the complexity with the user at the front, which will have to supply you data, the financial institution will have to have the capability and the experience of processes, and to make this risk management and to report for these international funds. And they will demand a monitoring of the impacts and the respect of safeguards. So these are some points that we see as challenges. And something I find very interesting is to think about the diversity of the national system for development. Very well defined. You have 700 billion in funds and some 100 billion, 40 employees, and up to 2,000 employees. So these differences, the heterogeneity, You can have a complexity, how the ABDE and the national development system can deal with these challenges. So these complexities, due to the regional differences of Brazil, be it physical, types of project, risk, social vulnerabilities, infrastructure investments in cities have a specific issue. So this heterogeneity, you can have difficulties of standardizing the processes. You might have a bigger need for automatization, and you're leaving smaller institutions outside this movement, and they have greater ability of penetration in the groups, social groups and regions that are most vulnerable, so they're essential to make this fair transition. How can you work with institutions that have to do this report, maybe simplified, but with the capability which is not from the BNDES or from Caixa? Besides that, the other side of the coin is that this heterogeneous aspect has a lot of capability of innovation, the ability to bring new financial products to approve, be it regionally or by the depending on the size of the institution. Okay, my time is ending, so I'll go to my finishing comments. But talking about the ABDE, it has this fundamental role of coordination. It knows very well the system. This is not a simple task. It's not a knowledge that is easily available, and it has a role, as you can see. Many international corporations like GIZ, UN, various agencies of the UN, the French Corporation Agency, CAF, and sometimes GIZ, they come with similar mandates, and you can have overposition. So you have to have articulation between these institutions and have to channel these international resources where the effort is more effective. So, for example, capacity building, strategies of capability building, of independently of the size institutions. Maybe you could mobilize some institutions that are more advanced in specific agendas, or already operate with the Green Climate Fund. Just think of some examples where you have a program where smaller institutions can access those resources. So these strategies had to be anchored in an institution knows the system and knows how to get around. So that is one of the roles of the ABDE. And another one, just to close, is the cost of transaction, which is one of the greatest challenges within these institutions, and what that means for the issue of a fair transition. Because the greater the number of reports you have to operate a resource within a program where Caixa, BNDES work at the front, and that they could go down this chain of financial institutions, the guy at the end will have to report so much information that he might not have. The bank will have to do the management of that risk and scale. So this risk in a small operation that we have to promote to have greater social impact, it doesn't accept an analysis of months by a technical specialist that is focused there. So this is an interesting challenge. And to close, from a positive perspective, the ABDE with the digitalization strategy has a great potential, especially the exchange between the institutions that are part of the national development system. Thank you, Gustavo. It's very complex, many challenges in such an unequal country, with scenarios that are so different socially and economically. And I would take this cue to introduce our last Mr. Jean Rodrigues Benevides, Executive Director from Caixa for Sustainability. This bank, this is in many Brazilians' lives. I would like that you share your experience, bringing the importance of the impact of the projects in the social environmental area and the work of Caixa in terms of social economic inclusion, promoting, like the director of Sicobi said, which a very good term, which is the financial citizenship, which is a very interesting term. So thank you, Gabriela. Thank you, ABDE, for the invitation. I think Caixa, everybody knows, we have a history in terms of financial inclusion and the fight against inequality. But we were created by Emperor Dom Pedro II. And you know why it was created? We were created to develop the savings so that the slaves could save up their money, buy their freedom, and also and like a small microcredit so that they could have ways of generating income and to buy their freedom. So we already were born with the social DNA included and in a strong moment of Brazil. And we talk, and this theme of social inclusion, financial inclusion, we have a legitimacy to speak about that. We have the greatest number of clients of the Brazilian system. We have over 150 million clients, and we have the greatest base of low income. 122 million have their income up to 10,000 reais. So we have a lot to develop, and we need a lot of cooperation to do that, to get to there. So we can say that financial inclusion promotes freedom and also empowerment for individuals. It's a theme that has a lot to do when we're talking about transforming a mission and plan in actions, and to align this with what is the 2030 agenda, more sustainable development. So when we talk about this theme, it has such a multidimensional aspect that it goes through many SDGs. The opening panel talked about that. A lot of these indicators, we had a setback, and we have to do a lot of things. We have see a country, many indicators, over 30 million people in extreme poverty, famine. So we feel with the impetus of doing more, working more, of aligning what Ivan talked about, the climate agenda with climate justice, because we know the vulnerability of this public that is in our monthly in our channels. So I'd like to highlight about social inclusion in three focuses. The first is the availability of financial resources, then citizen services, and then to promote access. Access is fundamental with a country the size of Brazil. So the first is the financial resources. The first is the inclusion, to guarantee financial resources from public policies, because many times these resources guarantees dignity. It's the minimum for them to survive, especially from the federal government, but also from state government that have to do and go to Caixa so they can have these. This is the basic. We have to talk about inclusion and combating inequality, and considering especially the vulnerability. What we're talking about changing from plans to action. In this year, we went over 32 billion reais paid monthly. That's for the dignity of people, but it moves the local economy. This is very important. And besides that, other also of scholarships, green scholarships, unemployment benefits, many other things that we do. Caixa, most of our development banks that don't have the capillarity that we have, and we can be a partner so that we can share all of these channels, these solutions that we built and put forth. these solutions, having seen what happened during the pandemic. And the second focus, when we talk about the services for citizenship, we talk about the multiple actions of the bank with the characteristics of the bank to create solutions that allows Brazilians the acquisitions of goods and services, because that guarantees part of that dignity, basic sanitation, to make the solutions reaching the end, that we are present in all the municipalities, financing for education as a tool of freedom and access to a better quality of life, of jobs, income. It's essential that a bank be doing these to make viable education. And I think everyone knows the main action of Caixa is the access to homes, to having their own homes. So in these 6 months, we've financed over 300,000 units, 6 million to home units in the last 10 years. So this public is our client of projects, of long-term contracts, and it is available for cooperation actions, be it from the government or development banks that are here. We have created solutions for women in housing financing. When she's pregnant, we allow her to pay only 75% for 6 months. Up to 90 days with the baby, we give her some period for, if she loses her job, she can have 6 months to repay her finance. We give her a grace period. So when we talk about inclusion and access to basic services, they have this obligation of thinking about these mechanisms. And finally, when we're talking about better distribution of income and inclusion, we have to talk about how to give access to that population. We have to think of this access not only physical. We are the bank with the greatest number of agencies or branches. We have 26,000, over 4,700 branches, and we also emergency aspects for trucks. When there was this tragedy with the Yanomamis, in less than a week we got with trucks there so that we could do the payment of the scholarships to those people or grants. Agencies that were in containers, we created as a public bank solutions so that we could get the service to these population. And to think about how we can get, we have mobile banks, we have banks that are in the ships and they go through the Solimões and the Marajó, taking dignity to these people. I was last month there, and it's incredible to hear what the employees say about what the demands are. And you avoid them having to travel 9 hours to take money from another, and they'll spend they can take that and get that money within their location. So when we think about sustainable development agendas, we have to see this situation and also how much is still lacking in Brazil. And also we have to think about the digital movement. We cannot have these people excluded from this digital movement. So we created a solution that during the pandemic, which is the Caixa thing, and it's easier to communicate, like in the WhatsApp, services that are made easier. But we also saw that not everyone is ready to make use of the digital movement. In 2023, we had to give millions of debit cards, even having QR codes, making solutions that they could take their money. No, they didn't have internet, and they couldn't use it. So they needed cards. So digital literacy is fundamental if we want these public policies through digital access might arrive to this public. Another thing, I don't know if you know it, Caixa responds for 20% of all the Pix transactions in Brazil, and 80% of these are done in the Caixa Tem, and they use a lot of Pix. It's a means, it's because you don't pay a tariff, but in those transactions that they do, so it's a public that is fundamental, in this digital literacy. We have to take financial literacy so that they do not fall in scams and cybersecurity problems that we're seeing. It's a strategic agenda, and we talk with the open finance movement. We have a lot to do in order to increase this financial inclusion. We can do integration of financial data of this public. We can do financial education that is more personalized for this public and knowing more about it. And we will do solutions that are more inclusive for this public. So the movement that is coming from the open finance will be very positive. And we have to work in a greater perspective as a director in Caixa, as a sustainability. We have to think it's the promotion of financial health of this public. Financial health is a very ample concept, not only of this, to know how to move, access to credit, microfinances, and what Gabriela talked about, financial citizenship, so they avoid scams and problems, and so they might have access and quality of life from what a public bank can supply to them. So we bring this as something to this debate, to this agenda of the SDGs that are crucial if we want to think about Brazil being in a level, a case, an example for other countries as fulfilling the 2030 agenda through means and solutions that reach this public that still need a lot the public banks, as are most of those here in this audience. Thank you, and be available. We're available for this debate. Thank you, Jean Rodrigues. We could be here for a long time hearing the experience of Caixa. We're going to end this first panel. We selected a question sent by the public by Mr. Tanaka. I don't know if he's still here. That summarizes very well. I don't know if he sent it through the internet. We have our virtual public as well. And an issue that's an important issue in this line of implementing the agendas and put at the local level. So how can we advance in the monitoring of public of missions of like the ABDE 2030 and follow it through actions with indicators and measurable metrics. We have to measure all of these. I will give the word to all three of them. I don't know if we can do that virtually for a brief 40-second intervention. Let's start with Mr. Ivan.
Thank you very much. This index agenda is critical, not only for Mexico, and Mr. Gustavo mentioned that well, and how this is interesting for the entire Brazilian development system, our connection with national and international banks, and now extrapolating this and bringing this to my agenda at the international scenario. What exactly is climate? How the multilateral groups, they have a different methodology of how much they are sending this to climate change. So 35% of my portfolio is going to be invested in mitigation, in diminishing the climate changes, but not everything is black or white. There is a gray area. When we discuss now the World Bank, at the World Bank, the main issue, the World Bank is going to present a new mission, a mission that is based on everything that it has done since its very beginning, reducing extreme poverty, in improving people's life quality. And the third element that was mentioned and added in June was to have a good planet on which we can live. And what is a good for living planet. And then when you analyze the scorecard, the understanding of what is a planet good to live on is different. One country A and country B, they have different ideas. And so the rich countries, they analyze the scorecard to see if the bank is assessing everything, if they are meeting its mission based on indicators, and they connected this to the emission of CO2. So that is a specific vulnerability issue regarding climate change. And for us in Brazil, a livable planet is different. The forest is there, but people don't have any basic sanitation. We cannot think about a livable planet if on the other side of the river we can see the sewer flowing on the surface. So you go to the specific part of the project, but then at the World Bank we say, where is the World Bank aiming to go to? In these ongoing negotiations in Washington, D.C., what are going to be the indicators for a livable planet? This is going to tell the World Bank how much they are going to invest here or there. Maybe in Belém, the World Bank is going to need a special mitigation index or indicator. And in the end, we're telling people where our money is going to. And this is essential and strategic. So it connects with you guys there, the banks that are implementing the projects, but it also connected to us. For example, governance of the World Bank, because this is the World Bank is core for the financial world, and so the World Bank has like a magnet force or strength that attracts the other banks. We are reviewing our strategies. We have an Asian bank. Just to bear this in mind, there are more discussions than certainties, but behind each indicator, there is a lot of interest, and Brazil has to be 100% clear. What are our interests? What are our objectives? What are our goals? What is more convenient for us? What is closer to our interest, domestically speaking and internationally speaking? Thank you. Perfect. I would like to pass the floor to Professor Thomas Marois. I don't know if we have time to have his participation. The organizers, do we still have time? So Professor Thomas Marois, from an academic perspective regarding the monitoring that is so important, what should we do? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Great question. That's actually the topic of one of the presentations we'll be doing in Cartagena with the FIX. With the French Development Agency, we did some research last summer, and very quickly the results were that there is really no common framework of assessment or metrics or indicators, but this is needed, but that the type of indicators that are required are what we call metrics that matter. So very simple, but clear, but co-created indicators of what success is in a given community. And the reason for that is because we know that if you impose external metrics or indicators, that often create conflict. And so what you need to do is work between the development finance institution and the communities to create ones that are co-created, that are simple, that don't become a burden for either the bank or the community, that sets out a clear pathway to what success looks like, what sustainability looks like, what equitable development looks like, have those agreed upon, and then those become implemented at the beginning, middle, and at the end of the project. And that's really what I think we need to move more towards. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. Já passando aqui para o senhor Gustavo, num ponto de vista...
Now, passing the floor to Mr. Gustavo regarding cooperation, because within the cooperation, monitoring has a higher role, right? A more important role. I'm not going to be very fast. The topics are very interesting, and the contributions are very interesting, and I'm anxious to listen to the gentleman from Caixa Econômica Federal. So cooperation is always marked by many, many indicators. This is something that we coexist with, And like all of the public funds in donations, they need to have this monitoring. We have indicators. What is the origin of the money? What is the origin of the funds? And the complexity. There is a commitment between the sophistication level, the technical level, with the monitoring costs. So to what extent the examples that Caixa Econômica shared with us, and they are very, very effective. Access to credit, and maybe we should think about the most simple first to the simplest first to the most complicated. So what should we do to say, these funds have generated a benefit to this community? So we need to analyze the taxonomy, how complex this is, and we also have to try to qualify these assets and funds and how it was used. We always have to think about this balance. As a financial institution, we have to create these instruments and these indicators. Well, there are many banks here, and with the support of the IDB, our framework is based on sustainable action. So which impacts do you want to generate? So if I am funding a solar power project, so is it emitting CO2? Am I how many cubic meters of sewage is being treated? Am I diminishing the CO2 emissions? How many people benefited from this project? So all of the organizations have these challenges. We are concluding this work now. We go through external auditing so that we can be sure that these funds are being used correctly. And regarding the emissions, everybody's creating their CO2 inventories, how much they are emitting, the emissions that have been funding. We are analyzing our portfolios because the World Bank expects us to do that. And regarding the SDGs, Caixa created a partnership with the Sustainable City Institute that has an index that measures the sustainability of the cities. And they can measure each of the SDGs in these cities. So we're going to work with this Sustainable City Institute, and we're going to use their tools. We're going to analyze the municipality before the investment, during the investment, and after the investment. So what is the funding from Caixa Econômica generating that municipality? What have we been financing? And we're trying to help the municipalities, and they have to be able to see themselves, compare themselves to other municipalities so that they can achieve the 2030 SDGs. So we started doing this work, and we require a lot of innovation, and this is a huge challenge. We need to create other indicators, 100 indicators. We have to use local databases, state databases, national databases to see if they are achieving the SDGs. Perfect. And with these last remarks, we're going to wrap up this panel. And this panel is just an appetizer to show you how the following days are going to be. Thank you, Professor Thomas, for being here today. Thank you, ABDE. Thank you to all of the panelists. And let's have a wonderful event. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all of the panelists, and thank you for this first panel, the first conversation, and in the 8th Development Forum. So please go back to the audience to take your seats. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in our second panel of today, we're going to discuss the opportunities and growth strategies so that we can generate jobs that are sustainable, sustainable growth, and that are aligned with the environmental protection. We have national and international panelists, okay, so that we can have economic activities that are going to preserve our forests and our biodiversity. This panel is also going to highlight some points, how the national development agencies they can boost the green and sustainable growth in our country. Once again, I would like to remind you that your participation is welcome. As long as we have time, we're going to give priority to the first questions asked. And those who are online, they can also interact with us via the chat box. You can send your remarks, your questions, okay? So, to start the second panel, I would like to invite, okay, the director of the Mr. André Luiz Campos de Andrade. We would also like to invite the president of the Amazon Bank, Mr. Luiz Cláudio Lessa. And the superintendent for the environment of the Amazon Fund from the BNDES, Mr. Nabil Kadri. And also Mr. Pedro de Lemos, coordinator of the Indicators Evidence on Human Rights from the Ministry of Human Rights and Citizenship. And so now we have the commercial director of the Bampará Bank, Ms. Graciele Galvão, who is going to start with the comments now. Once again, please participate, and every time we have time, we're going to prioritize those who are here. And we have an official hashtag to all of you who is following up, okay? And you can add hashtag Fórum do Desenvolvimento. I would like to pass the floor to Ms. Graciele Galvão. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Graciele Galvão. I'm the commercial director of the Bank of Pará on behalf of our CEO, Ruth Melo, that unfortunately could not come to this event. I would like to thank you for the invitation and to tell all of you that for us it's a great honor to be here participating in such a wonderful event, the 8th Development Forum organized by the ABDE. And I would like to mention that CEO Ruth Melo is also a member of the board of directors of the ABDE, and for the bank and for our state, this is very relevant and this is very good for our bank. I would also like to mention that the topic of this panel, I believe, is something that is aimed at the world. Sustainability is a general topic in which at the schools, on the streets, during the events, we all discuss this, and to be a part of this moment is very important. I would also like to mention a little bit of the importance of this topic about sustainable development. So I would like to leave all of you with a certain reflection in events such as this one. So, I wish we had started all of the important events around the world a few years ago like this, and the impacts on the environment would be much lower. And I talk to my children a lot about this. I discuss with them how important it is for them to read about it, hear about it, because since we are young children, we should share this information with our children. And also to share with you that for us it's a great honor as the state of Pará to talk about the COP30, which is the UN conference, and for the first time it's going to happen in the Amazon, in the capital of my state, in the city of Belém. And it's a great honor to host such an event. The state government, jointly with the government agencies, all of the municipalities, we are holding hands together, setting forth strategies, ideas, so that we can show to the world the importance of this topic that that is being discussed today. And also to share with you, now let's discuss our specific panel, topic for this panel. So the Bank of Pará, Banpará, is present in 144 municipalities. And so the bank is present in 138 municipalities among the 144 that we have, and we're going to reach 3 more municipalities. So we want to take to all of the municipalities in the state access to banking services, access to our services and products. And nowadays, the bank has been developing products aimed at developing products and services, highlighting that we need to fund projects that have low carbon emissions. And this is also part of the state government's agenda, so that we can be able to do like the director of Caixa has. Banpará also has this social role to offer access to its population to development resources, and even more now with the event that Banpará is one of the hosts of COP30. And so our role, it's our homework, it's our duty, it's our commitment. The state bank, the state bank is going to be a part of this. So now we're going to discuss our topic, a very important topic, regarding what are the strategies for a sustainable growth connected to the protection of the environment. And together we should debate the opportunities and growth strategies generating jobs connected to the environmental agenda that Brazil has, as we discussed. So how important it is for us to emphasize this topic on a daily basis, everything we have already done. So we aim to discuss how we can make these strategies a reality, involving many public stakeholders, and creating a favorable scenario for our economy, for the economic activity that is going to preserve our forests. So now, discussing this briefly due to the time. So among the main topics that the bank has, and now we're going to pass the floor to the panelists, and thank you so much for being here. Mr. André Luiz Campos is going to be the first panelist. He is the director of governance at the Ministry of the Environment, and he's going to discuss this topic. And we're going to discuss the topic and how could you contribute about the importance of the funding so that we can make our environmental agenda go forward, and how the development agencies can boost the green development in Brazil. Thank you very much. Before anything else, I would like to thank all of you for being here today, and for all of those who are online watching us. And I would like to thank the president of the ABDE, President Celso, and I would also like to greet all of the authorities who are present here at the event. As it has already been mentioned, this Climate Governance Department is within the National Secretariat for Climate Change within the Ministry of the Environment, and for the first time, the Ministry of the Environment has created such a department. So it is a climate governance department. So we're going to have 2 departments working on this when it comes to governance and policy. And this shows the understanding of the ministry, of Minister Marina, of President Lula, of how important this topic is for our ministry, for Brazil, and also the global efforts, to fight against all of these climate changes. Before going into the topic per se,
about what is being thought about and what is being done. There are many numbers. I would forget, maybe forgot. If I do it by memory, I might get it wrong. We're talking about investments, financing. It's good for us to align in terms of climate. I liked very much Ivan's speech and Gustavo as well. It's a friend here, and I was working in the Ministry of Environment, and it's worthwhile doing some kind of leveling of where is the money going. Why isn't Brazil receiving this money? This is the first question we have to do. Given the CPI, the climate policy initiative, most of you have access to that for climatic finance. 420 billion directed to Asia, East Asia, a bit of China, 120 billion for Eastern Europe, 88 billion for US and Canada, and Latin America, 35 billion. Africa with 35 billion, Orient, Asia 33, Oceania 19. So that's the first question, is where is the money going? Why is the money not coming over here? And when you put two variables that have been worked in the previous and in terms of greenhouse gases, if you see the tendency, the emissions are growing in the southern hemisphere because the money is not going where emissions are growing. And when we get, unfortunately, I got this data now, but I didn't do the calculus. If the number of people affected, lives lost in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, it's even more visible that there's a lot of wrong things going in the climatic funding for the global south, Latin America. And you have to have solidarity to think about Latin America and Brazil, but also think about the African continent which is paying a lot of the climate change bill. And to try to balance this, when we talk with investors, the main concern is risk and return. How do I reduce risk of investment in South America, Africa? I think that's a fundamental point. The resources are going to North America and Europe because of the risk. How do we reduce the risk? The other issue is, which is very important, it has to be connected, not only in facing climate change, but also combating inequality. We don't have the political mandate to think about neutral environmental strategy, at least as public policymakers, to get to 2050, and we still have the same social inequalities when we travel around Brazil in the different regions. We cannot just simply think in reducing CO2, get carbon neutral, and see what we're seeing in Brazil now. So within the strategy that the Ministry of Environment that is thinking of governance, we have 4 big gaps that we have to develop, or sorry, not develop, attack, reduce. First is the political gap. Without political will in the agenda will not go forward. We have to keep this political tension that is in the government for the medium and long term. Otherwise, the agenda will not advance. Another fundamental point, any agreement, sectorial, that we'll have to do has to have the political validation. Even if it's a technical discussion, we will have to do political discussion. What will be the bill? And we have to have that in mind. They also like stability, that things are working in a coordinated manner. So when we have the PACs, ecological transformation of the ministry, energy transition from the Ministry of Energy, climate program that I will comment a bit in the Ministry of Environment. The first question we have, how will these guys coordinate? How will the coordination be? What will be the convergence? We've been talking with other ministries through ecological and energy transition, We have a secretariat in the Ministry of Mines and Energy, but I speak for my colleagues in the ministries. We are very aware of the need for coordination and integration, and to reform institutions and processes, give more transparency, which is what we're doing here. We're talking to the national development system with the different areas of the country. I cannot think about climate change policy without understanding and without considering the regional differences that I have in the country. That's an important point. Another aspect is resources, not only financial resources. Gustavo mentioned about capabilities, metrics. How can I have in the government, state, and municipal, but also in the private sector that understand what is climate change, what is the risk, and what are the opportunities. So we have to have a great effort in terms of capacity building, and we're thinking about that within the ministry. And information. I don't know if you have this information about how financing is working in the map, but it's important to put all the information on the table to level things. That's we can get out of a debate which can be shallow if we don't bring data, information, to something more in depth, to dialogue, to make dialogue of a theme that is so transversal, so multi-level like this. You need number, data, otherwise we stay only the narratives and the qualitative aspects. And we have to advance in the quantitative aspect to take decisions based on that recent information and based in the best information which the IPCC and others that are working in the climate agenda are asking for. So based in these four great gaps which I mentioned, despite the short time that have restrictions on team, budget, consultancy, of what we have to do, the team that we received in the ministry is very small, reduced. I taught other ministries as well. In our point of view, we were able to advance in many points. Some of them, first in the discussion of the pluri-annual plan. It's a new program of the PPA. It was voted by civil society. The program that should be the greatest priority of the government. Over 4 million consultations, and this plan was the main one. It's a program that is being put in the PPA in terms of facing climate change. The other one that is derived from the four gaps is the review of the national policy for climate change to align that to the objectives, to the Paris Agreement, but looking at climate neutrality for 2030 and combating poverty and inequality, like I mentioned. In terms of institutions, we approved in June the reestablishment of the Climate Change Committee that is presided by the Chief of Staff of the Presidency to make the coordination effort. Besides that committee, we are thinking and designing the second semester a National Council of Climate Change, multi-stakeholders involving government, subnational, civil society, private sector, so that be a point of contact and exchange of experiences and social control of what we're doing. In the next weeks, and we also create the project for the National Plan on Climate Change and the Climate Plan. And I see a direct possibility of talking with the system of development, because this plan will be the plan where we will take our objectives and the 2025, sorry. So we'll have 9 sectorial plans for mitigation, each with one objective to be mitigated. I know my time is over, and 12 adaptation plans. This is an important point. It's not only a plan, but we will have a start, end, and and the cost of each sectorial plan and how we will finance these. And 2 points before I end, which I'd like to put forth: the sustainable taxonomy, which was being coordinated with the Ministry of Finance. We noticed that this will bring greater clarity of what is sustainable flow, what is non-sustainable, and today it's being read in the extraordinary session of the Environmental Committee in the Senate, the substitute project as regards a project set by Senator Leila, which was a work done by many hands within the federal government and articulated with Senator Leila, and we sent her this pre-project so she could put it in the commission. So despite the only 8 months of the government, these are points that we have to celebrate, besides the reduction of deforestation that was way smaller than last year's. We're talking about forests, of course, but it's important to put. I'll stop here, and we'll have another round of questions, I imagine. Thank you, Mr. André. We thank you for your contribution. The next would be Mr. Luis Lessa, President of BASA. Pleasure to know you. We will open here a bit the theme. Feel free to expose or to the experience of the Bank of Amazon in the investments that help sustainable development and the environment. Thank you. More than anything, thank you, and greetings to my colleagues in the panels and those that are present and those who are online. So to start, to talk a little bit about the Bank of the Amazon, like the name says, it acts in the Amazonian region as a whole, and 2 more states of the legal Amazon, which is part of Maranhão and part of Mato Grosso. And taking the lead of my colleague from giving the history of Caixa, I would also like to talk about a curiosity about the Bank of the Amazon. It was created in 1942, an effort of the war after the invasion of Indochina, where there was a reduction in the production of rubber. There was an effort here in the Amazon in our second cycle of rubber, so we could increase the production of rubber for the Allies' efforts. This was a consortium between Brazilians and Americans, and you had the famous soldiers of the rubber in the region. With the end of the war, it became a development bank focused in the Amazon and focused on the development of the region. Now it's the main agent of development in the northern region. We work in the 450 municipalities of the region and represent 67% of the support or development that is sent to those municipalities. We have a deep knowledge of how you do development in the Amazonian region. We do it every day, and it is main activity, our bread and butter. All communities taking knowledge of this bank and need for credit, because one of our experiences is that it's no good just to take the credit to someone who lives to riverine communities or those who live from extracting cocoa or pineapple or others from the forest. Because without technical assistance, the credit, instead of developing that community, just creates a horrible issue, which is the debt in that community, and or default of that debt in that community. So within that aspect, there is a situation that is very interesting. We talk a lot about of maintenance of the forest. This was put here by some colleagues, and we have a situation that sometimes is forgotten, is the situation of the 33 million people that live in that region in the Amazon and have to take their livelihood and sustenance and to improve their lives. We hear a lot about President Lula that the services be paid for, and is exactly what we believe in. It's not possible a state like in the Amazon to have 97% of their forest preserved and 67% of their population under the poverty line. My colleague here knows the Pará very well. We have areas of preservation, and we have open air sewage taking pollution from the waters, and the riverine population are not able to fish and to get their sustenance from the river. And some native species of the region are disappearing due to that pollution. So what do we believe in? That besides our traditional instruments of credit, for the reforestation of degraded areas, bioeconomy, productive chains, more food, a series of finances like that are common finances, traditional. What we need is to have other type of finances to take into consideration other conditions of the Amazon. When President Lula says that we need to pay for the maintenance, how do we work that? And that's what we've been doing. My friend Morgan from IDB, he was in the opening. We talked a lot about that in Belém in the last meeting, and we decided to join hands and to take this out of the just plans. Now we have regulated instruments, which is the green CPR, that allows the person that has a preservation area, is a rural producer. It's just enough that the Amazon is different from the center west or from the south. Preservation areas in a property in the Amazon, 80% of the property has to be preserved. He can only use 20%. So the preservation of these 80% is a cost for producers. How can we do it so that it becomes income from them? He is preserving the forest for the benefit of all. And we have some companies that have production that takes into account all of the respect for the environment, and this creates additional costs. So together with IDB, we started a discussion in how are we going to do these credit instruments that are so important for the financing this preservation, conservation, and that generates income and jobs for the people who there live. We started this discussion and now a bit advanced in terms of the creation of an international fund. We will get these resources together with IDB to invest in the chain that is necessary to get green certificates and also ORs, which is responsible origin certificates. All of this chain is still very incipient, very expensive. Even if the farmer has a preservation area, how can he will do a certificate of green certificate that he's preserving his area? This is very expensive process, and it isn't worthwhile for small producers. And also, besides being expensive, it's very complex. So we want to bring this international resources. For us, the IDB, the Amazon Bank, we know the region, and we create development all the time there. So we can invest in these chains, in these certifications, and in the assets, conservation assets. So in the end, the producers that have conditions that can emit these CPRs might have this emission, and the fund itself could buy it and make the commercialization and generate the conditions so that these titles can circulate, so we can have this cycle and to work in a continuous manner to simplify it and to work in this chain that generates these documents, helping farmers and companies to emit these certificates and buying these certificates and commercializing. So I think we can do the differential that those who preserve the forest have to be paid, and we think that this instrument is the best way or resource. We are developing this fund, and we should be launching in COP28 in Dubai, and we're putting on efforts to see if we can take this product there to show the world that we have, yes, how to pay those that are keeping the sustainable forest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Luiz Cláudio. And BASA is a great partner that we have in the State Bank of Pará, in the North region of Brazil, and the BNDES, and is going to be the next person. We have a great partnership with the BNDES and with BASA. And what was interesting about what he said is how important it is for you to teach, educate the clients that you have regarding the services and products. We don't want to generate problems for our clients. We want to offer solutions to them, and we are careful enough to show to the client how the credit should be used. And now let's pass the floor to the next panelist, Mr. Nabil Kadri, Superintendent for the Environment and Management of the Amazon Fund created by the BNDES. So I would like to highlight a topic, and then you can go on, okay? Challenges and opportunities of the development that align the protection of the environment in Brazil. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it's a great pleasure to be here at the ABDE's forum because we are part of the National Development System. So it's a great, great moment, and we are very proud to be part of this system. It's not every country that has such a sound public development system, and it is very relevant when we start talking about sustainability, the environment. It's important to bear in mind that in the development agencies, the development banks, this agenda was born and it flourished within the Brazilian financial sector. We have to acknowledge this in a public way. And so the first financial organizations to have environment departments were the public financial institutions. And so the greatest innovations regarding financial products, regarding how we can have different approaches, they were also born from this national development system. And then it was scaled up, it was adopted by the central bank, and this was being adopted by the entire system, and it spread out to the entire system. And it's our responsibility, we who are the parts of the system, and our responsibility is greater than we can imagine. Sometimes we have no idea of our role, how to replicate this, feasible solutions, important solutions. For example, the first Brazilian green bonds, they were issued by the BNDES, public banks. So the green bonds, the national green bonds, the first ones, they were issued by this development system. So bearing this in mind, I would like to share this with the panel. There is a huge conviction at the BNDES that Brazil has a huge potential that is not being used to its fullest, okay? And so we are a super diverse country. We can get any country in the world. Brazil is the most diverse, be it cultural, environmental, etc. All of the diversities we can think about, they are present in Brazil. And our colleague Lessa mentioned about the Amazon. Structurally speaking, we have a challenge that is not a pride for us, which is the inequalities that we have in Brazil. So we are super diverse, culturally, environmentally, we are unequal when it comes to our social aspects, racial aspects, all kinds of inequality that you can think about. Brazil is there in the first positions of the ranking. And so we need to work hard to invert this process or So we need to unite these two agendas, the diversity agenda, so that we can diminish our inequalities. And we're never going to get a medium and long run sustainable development unless we meet the demands of these two areas. We are either going to increase the problems or increase the inequalities. These two agendas have to work side by side so that our huge diversity can be the trigger of our way of reducing these inequalities. Otherwise, we're not going to move forward. When we talk about the forest agenda, the concept of forest is an ample concept. We're talking about different biomes, the Brazilian savanna, the Pantanal, the Amazon forest. And so Brazil has different forests. It has different ways of economically incorporating these assets, incorporating this diversity into our economic models. But then we face a huge challenge, not only for the BNDES, but for the entire development system. Brazil has not been able to find the best economic equation to make the services from our forests feasible. And we waste many opportunities that we have. Smaller countries, less diverse countries than Brazil, they are the main producers, exporters, processors of wood products, non-wood products, and this is a huge contradiction. It's a huge contradiction. Countries that don't even have the vocation for this kind of industry, with a lot of technology, a lot of innovation, a lot of coordination within the private sector, they were able to create economies that improve their life quality, diminish inequalities, and we are unable to do that. And that's the importance of the development agencies in Brazil, to identify these opportunities, acknowledge that we have challenges. It's not an easy task, because the forest agenda, maintaining our forest standing up or keeping our forest standing up, is something that encourages people. Everybody is interested in that. Everybody wants to work with that. Everybody considers that a positive agenda, but it's not easy. So it has its own complexities, its own bottlenecks. We have challenges that go from institutional issues, regulatory frameworks, land issues. We know that they are difficult, and they go through logistical issues, because we know that logistics for wood and non-wood products, it's completely different from the logistics of generating commodities, producing commodities. We go through production chain issues. So in the Brazilian diversity, social diversity, they could be processed, delivered to the international markets in a standardized way, generating income. But we are producing these products as if we were 400 years ago, living 400 years ago. We have no innovation, no technology. We do not discuss this with the academia, with the producers. These products, they need to be paid for based on that, and we end up once again missing out on great opportunities that are not added. Why not? Because we cannot find these models that align solving these challenges, structural challenges, with access in the grassroots for those who really want to do this, and we can remove this gap. And we are discussing this during forums such as this one. We are discussing the opportunities, and those who are there living in a reservation area, in an indigenous village, in a rural area, in a private property, that they have agricultural production in a forest. They could be preserving the forest. They could be extracting their nuts, their any other products from the forest, because it's not easy, it's not trivial. So we need to get these agendas closer together. Besides what we talk about in our forums, we need to analyze those there in the grassroots communities, in the local communities. It's not a single instrument or initiative that is going to solve this dilemma or this equation, because we are facing many, many different challenges. So in the last 15 years, we have dedicated ourselves to try to create innovative solutions to respect our different biomes, forests, our different biodiversity, non-refundable projects with projects jointly with ABDE. So companies, communities, research centers, and with non-refundable resources. And based on what André mentioned, jointly with the Ministry of the Environment, we were able to launch once again the Climate Change Fund, leaving the 400 million reais a year to 10 billion reais a year. That's the objective of this fund. And based on bioeconomy, native forests, all of the development agencies, they can access these climate change funds. And so we had the BRD, BMG, and now with this leap in the number, in the amount of volume, we're going to be able to achieve that. We're going to be able to work with other regions, with better interest rates. It's 1% a year. The interest rates for the forest is 1% a year. So we're never going to face this problem again. There is a lack of funds. No, the money is not expensive. The money is not impossible to achieve. So we need to go there to the communities and deliver everything we can and make the difference. Thank you very much. Excellent. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, moving on, let's pass the floor to Mr. Pedro de Lemos, Coordinator of the General Department on Indicators and Evidence on Human Rights. He's going to discuss protection programs for the defenders of the forest and the human rights perspective in having a sustainable development. Thank you, Graciele. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to greet our colleagues who are here on the panel with me. Thank you so much, ABDE, for the invitation that you made to the Ministry of Human Rights and Citizenship. Thank you for the invitation. The first topic that I would like to discuss with this, and the Ministry of Human Rights would like to bring this to the discussion. We're not far from the remarks made by the previous panelists. For the Ministry of Human Rights and Citizenship and for our Minister, Mr. Silvio Almeida, preserving the environment, discussing the preservation of the environment cannot be separated from the protection of human rights, promoting citizenship. So the struggle for a dignified life and the things that were discussed previously, they are closely connected with the discussion that is being carried out now during this forum. And I'm going to share some concepts that I believe are important and that we should discuss. The concept of climate justice. Minister Silvio has been discussing this. And an idea that climate justice needs to reflect historical fights and constitutional rights and the history of Brazil and the relationship between the peoples and the Brazilian policies. So we have to bring to the debate traditional communities, black people, women, indigenous populations, vulnerable communities that are the most impacted by the climate changes, and they are the most impacted by the increase in the rains of landslides, and so the lack of water resources, and also due to a lesser way of predicting the climate, productive the productive systems and everything they can get from the forest. So the Ministry of Human Rights and Citizenship, and I'm not only talking about the climate agendas, but all of our actions, they are based on this understanding. So we have to fight for our democracy, we have to fight for our citizenship, we have to fight against the negation of the realities of climate change, we have to reduce our inequalities. And one of the first policies of our ministry that we should discuss, and this is core for us, regarding the environment, the preservation of the environment, has to do with the protection of defenders, environmental defenders, environment experts, and they are critical stakeholders so that we can be successful in the discussion that we're having now, the 2030 agenda, in a country that, besides what Mr. Nabil mentioned, it is a country that is important when we talk about inequality. And it's a country that, when we discussed the assassination of environment defenders, human rights defenders, journalists, environmental experts, and they are in the center of everything that we do regarding sustainable development and also having productive forests. Another point that is important for us is the social participation. We have been trying to promote in a very radical and expanded way social justice. We try to add this to all of our policies and programs. And I would like to discuss a program that has become a priority for the minister, which is the Marajó program, that it has been trying to build a huge intersectoral network involving many government agencies. And we also have, as a protagonist, the state of Pará. And we have a centrality of the social participation from the initial phases to the implementation of the programs. We have been investing in the Marajó program by offering services, rendering services, public policies. We have been promoting citizenship. We have been protecting human rights. And we have been paying a lot of attention to the land issues. We believe that the preservation of the environment, the production of a sustainable development, keeping our forests standing up, it needs to involve and to have as its guiding idea the land issues. The demarcation of the indigenous lands, the demarcation of the maroon lands, access to the land for the populations, for the traditional communities. And this is an essential phase so that we can have food security, so that we can have all of our forests standing up, so that we can have this huge potential that we can find in the forest. And the traditional communities, they have a big role in this, and this has already been mentioned. So we hope that this Marajó citizenship program has great results, because by the end of this administration, we would like to improve the conditions of life of the people who live on the Marajó Island, and we would like to see this program becoming an example, a successful example of coordination, intersectorial coordination, social participation, so that we can think about other policies for other territories. And bearing this in mind, and now bringing this to my reality, so the last panel concluded the discussion that we should create policies and work with these programs, and via these programs we have to think about how to fund these programs. always mentioning the indicators, the evidence that are going to help us to assess and monitor these programs. We need to set forth criteria so that we can give the funds, and it is essential for these indicators not only to include social indicators, indicators that are going to protect people's human lives. We are creating a human rights observatory with social indicators, national social indicators, with analyzing several dimensions. We're trying to create a network that is going to create evidence and qualify all of this debate. And this goes through our discussions. How can we discuss this? What should we do? What should we do? What can we do with the directly impacted stakeholders, the most vulnerable, the most impacted by the climate change? About what sustainable development are we talking about? What green economy are we talking about? What is climate justice?
We have good indicators, robust numbers, direct participation from the traditional communities, those that are most affected. These are the central points for this discussion. I'd like to end just with a reference to the speech of Minister Silvio Almeida when he took on his role in the ministry. The global community has a new definition of sustainable development that talks to the new realities, the needs of our people, and concrete ability to overcome lack of resources and others. And I'd also like to also add to keep the forest standing up. Perfect. Thank you, Pedro. Thank you all that participated in the panel. These are important themes for our knowledge, and we take these as an experiences to our states. Now we're open to questions. Just a minute. So there's a question here for the President of BASA, Mr. Luiz. This green fund in partnership with IDB to foment the green CPR can create credit lines with environmental assets as guarantees. So the original idea of the fund was to unlock the CPR, green CPR chain and the ATCs. Like I said, it's a very complex chain. That's objective number one. To take and to assume to take to the fund is certification, the origin of the certificates, and from then on to do the process of emission and to guarantee the purchase of these CPRs at a first level, these certificates, and then the fund to distribute in the best way to the various financial instruments and the locations of these, so that the funds have more funds, more profitable, and that they can feed the process. Of course, that the fund, as a way to capture funds, it can generate in a second scale to generate some kind of financing. But it's not its initial priority. We want that this instrument of the green CPRs and the ATCs do in fact would happen in Brazil. Thank you, President. I have one question, but I think part of the panel already answered. Considering time, we are a bit late, so I have a question where we can discuss quickly. What are the main challenges to give impulse to those projects that are aligned to projects that deal with conservation? I think all of already in a way have already contributed, But on our view as a northern region, and as the representative of the development banks mentioned, there is the credit. We have to give the legality to these funds to operate with these credits. In my view, that's the great challenge that the banks have. You have, but it's prospection. But when you go to the reality, you notice that there is still a lot of difficulties, especially when involving in terms of land regularization or legalization. So just very quickly, what are the main challenges to give impulse of the financing to these projects that are aligned with conservation in Brazil? So I think it goes to having regulatory landmarks that are believable, that can be implemented. Brazil is known for having good legislation in environment, but why can't we implement them? That's the issue. Part of that is in the discussion of the capabilities that I wanted to discuss, to level this in terms of elaboration of projects, monitoring and follow-up of the projects. We have a diversity, which Nabil mentioned, including in the capabilities for states and municipalities. We have to face this in a definite way so that we can make viable the different states and municipalities so that they can access these financing opportunities. But we need to train this personnel. I just like to compliment in the sense that there are two levels for this question. The first is the credit or technical. What are the difficulties as regards the operation of the credit itself, be it the guarantee, environment? Any financial institution would have that, be it public or private. It's the function of the credit itself. But when we look at our role as institutions for development and all those within the ABDE, there's a second layer, which is not only the access to credit, but the formalities in the central bank, how we and with our instruments can act to make more viable structural changes. And this kind of decision takes time. It's not going to show up in your balance this year. It will take 2, 3, 4 years. But the main is the focus in which objective, what is the reality that I, as an institution, I am willing to contribute to change. And credit is only one of the aspects. Many others are involved. Bampará has a deep relationship with the state government. This exchange of the state institution with the state government that has this institutionality to deal with these more structured issues can lead to this transformation. So I think that's the main message from my speech. Separate what are the dimension, the credit for the credit, and development institution and their mission. And just complementing my colleague's speech, I think the issue of credit is that we have two situations. First is credit, how does it get to the end? And it's very similar to a bank. You have to have regularization, we have to have the adequate guarantees, it has to be viable, not only in terms of sustainability, the green issue, but it has to be sustainable financially, because if it's not, the credit will become a problem, like I said initially. Another point that we have, speaking of Amazon in general, it's our understanding of what is sustainability in the Amazon. When we talk in terms of credit, we have some understanding that are different. Even within Brazil, the Amazon is discussed in the São Paulo financial market, but it has no to Maracupu, Maués, or Marajó. So the Faria Lima people, nothing against these, they know Marajó only by a tourist postcard. They've never been there, and if they did went there, they just did a trip and to see some buffaloes. So only tourism. To understand the dimension of what is to deal in the Amazon, you have to be in the Amazon to understand what the day-to-day, and the region itself is very diversified. That is an agri-industrial pole in the south of Pará, where we have a coverage, digital coverage. There are roads. We can measure the logistics about hours by car. There are locations, there are no roads and no satellite coverage. And we can measure the distance by hours, by flying hours. So 6 hours in a plane is relatively close there. From 6 hours, that's kind of far. But there are other places where we don't measure the distance in hours, we measure in days. To go into the Amazon 2 days by boat is close. I'm going to go there quick. But more than 2 days, that's a little bit further away. 7 days is, then you have to plan for it. So in our case, we're dealing with all the municipalities. How are we going to deal with credit? We have digital instruments, okay. How are we going to get credit to São Gabriel da Cachoeira? That is 5 days by boats. They will have to sign a contract and have to do some kind of proof. They would have to go 5 days to Manaus and then 7 days going back. Why 7? Because it's upstream and against the current, and depending on how the Solimões River is going, it might last a little bit longer. So what I'm saying, in the case of the Amazon, we have to do credit. We have to understand the dynamic of the region. And here we have some even in the legislation. Here in the Central West, for example, there's a rural producer that has a rural module, and he has a part that has suffered embargo. He can do credit, and the embargo continues. But in the Amazon, no. We impose that if they have 1,000 hectares, if 100 square meters, all of the 1,000 hectares are embargoed and he cannot receive credit. Why is the Amazon different than the rest of the country? The instrument, the mitigating instruments of the combination of credit with sustainability are not the same as the rest of the country. And the same is for the international agencies. A lot was spoken about GCF, and I had a proposal funding for us to distribute in the Amazon. It's unviable. GCF gives me $100 million, but I will spend $300 million to do the certification they ask for. You cannot discuss Amazon in the international organism and multilateral agencies in Geneva, Paris, Rome, Helsinki, or even Washington. You have to come here and understand the day-to-day dynamic. GCF cannot stamp to do distribution of resources to certain sectors because I have a way cheaper constitutional fund, and they have no idea that that exists. So collaborating with my colleague from the BNDES, talking about the environment, we're basically talking about the Amazon. To do business in Amazon, to create development in the Amazon, you need to understand the dynamic of the Amazon and those who live there. The forest standing up is important, but the person under the tree needs to have income, salary, buy resources for its family, and that's not taken into account. It's done, of course, only romantically, the tree, not the person under it. So our criticism, and I've done this in many places, we have to take the two items into account, the tree standing up, but the people under are important. They live there, and their sustenance in an ancestral manner there, and we're not going to change this ancestrality. So this has to be taken into account in this process of credit that starts in an international organism, but gets to the development bank at the end, and we're not able to do it. Perfect. Pedro, Luis Carlos speech. Luis Cláudio, sorry, apologies. So Mr. Lessa's speech was very good and touches the central points that I was going to talk about, that to bring other two issues that are important for the Human Rights Ministry, which is education and culture. When we talk about these projects and financing projects, we think about the importance of training, capability building, so that they can access these resources, so they can produce projects. But it's important to understand that education and communication should reach the inverse. These development agencies and government, those that create policies, and even legislators, get to know the country, know the Amazon, know the Cerrado, not only the big cities and those that you have in postcards. So to think of education for those who are creating the policies and developing mechanisms of finance, so that not only the small producer, the indigenous, the quilombola, might be prepared to deal with the demands that are done, so that they might have access to these resources, but that these demands be more adequate to what they do, produce, or are. That's it. Perfect, perfect. Thank you. I'd like to thank you all, your contribution. Everything that we take from here is knowledge. And I would like to reinforce the importance of the state banks together with the state government in Pará in strengthening the development, stimulus, and credit operations that generate sustainability, and that we can have this homework done so that our children and for the quality, our life quality and of our kids. I would like to congratulate ABDE for the excellent event. As Bampará, we participated in the event that was in Belém, so I really would like to congratulate them for the excellent actions that you've been developed with the partner banks and together with the states. I think that this is a great advance for our country, and I do believe that in the future our quality of life and of our kids will be way better. Thank you very much. So, in the name of the BD, I thank you all that participated in this second panel. Once more, thank you for your participation and for sharing this rich content. So, the morning is closing. Just some quick messages. We will restart in the afternoon at 2 p.m. talking about the 2023 agenda, transformation and global challenges, and we'll stop for lunch now. If you're following us remotely, 2 p.m. we will be back, and to all are here, you're invited to a lunch that will be served in the hotel. If you didn't get your voucher, do seek it out with someone of our organization. So once more, thank you, and we'll see you soon, 2 p.m. in our Forum of Development 2023. Have a good lunch, and see you later.
Olá,
Ladies and gentlemen, hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the second part of today's program of the Development Forum created by the ABDE. This is the 8th edition of our event, and it has become a reference in the calendar of debates in our country. And it counts on the support of the UN. There is a special sponsorship from the IDB, and also the golden support from FINEP, support from CAFI, the CAF, and also support from the cooperative system in Brazil, Sicobi, and also the AFD. Also the special support from the UNDP. This morning, we followed up 2 roundtables about the potential of the financial development institutions when it comes to the transformation of plans into actions so that we can promote sustainable development and strategies, okay? And at the same time, protecting the environment. The first debate of this afternoon is going to discuss the challenges, the opportunities of the private sector to change in changing to a low carbon emission economy, okay? The guests are going to talk about the sustainable practices, boosting innovation, technology, and shared changes that we have with other stakeholders. The panel is still going to discuss how the national development system can strategically join the carbon market, okay, promoting a green transition and encouraging the reduction of emissions. For this panel, we would like to invite onto the stage the Superintendent of Protection and Guidance to Investors from the Value Committees, Ms. Nathalie Vidual. We would also like to invite the Deputy Secretary of Sustainable Economic Development from the Ministry of Finance, Ms. Cristina Froz de Borja Reis. We would also like to invite the Vice President of Logistics, Operations and Security at Caixa Econômica Federal, Ms. Mônica Monteiro. The main officer of Financial Institution Investments, Ms. Márcia Grossman Faria. And the comments and moderator, they're going to be done by Ms. Maristela Baioni from the UNDP. We would like to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that your participation is going to be super welcome. Within the materials that you have received, you can write down your questions, remarks regarding the topics that we are discussing, and you can hand your questions or remarks to one of the receptionists, and the moderator is going to conduct the chat here. And for those of you who are following up the event online, you can use the chat box on Zoom, okay, to send your questions and remarks. So I would like to pass the floor to Ms. Maristela Baioni. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor and a pleasure to be with all of you today. First of all, thank you for the partnership that we have with the ABDE on behalf of Christina. The UNDP has been is the leader agency of the UN regarding human development and sustainable development, and we have been working really hard when it comes to implementing the 2030 agenda and the SDGs. And in order to move forward on this agenda, the UNDP could not forget one of the main stakeholders on the planet in Brazil, who are the stakeholders, the financial institutions and the development system. I believe that once we understood this and the funding system facilitates the sustainable development agenda, the UNDP has been trying to create deeper partnerships, intense partnerships with the Brazilian development system. That's why we are here working jointly with the ABDE. And of course, this agenda, the 2030 agenda, is an agenda that belongs to all of us. And we cannot stay away from the role that the private sector has. The private sector can be a transformation agent. and also promote sustainable development. So the UNDP has been working for quite some time with the private sector. We created the executive secretariat here in Brazil. We have been working with the SDG Compass and how the private sector can promote this transformation so that we can contribute with this greater plan, this global plan, which is reaching the SDGs, making them truly happen along the lines of the 2030 agenda. So the UNDP has been developing instruments. We're going to have the great honor to see the launching of the SDG methodology, UNDP, ABDE, how we can align the development portfolio to the SDGs. And we have been working with the SDG tracker, which is a tracking of all of the contributions made by the private sector. And the UNDP has also been trying to find the development gaps that exist in our country. And we're trying to analyze what are the investment opportunities so that we can overcome these gaps. That is the SDG investor map. So we have been developing many tools, many instruments so that we can boost this agenda. And it's a great honor to be here with our wonderful colleagues. All of them are women. So we have a female panel. How wonderful. Thank you for this. This is very important for us women to work, to contribute, and to have this opportunity to acknowledge the wonderful work that these women do. So I'm really, really happy to have all of you here on this panel. First of all, I would like to start, in order for us to move forward and start our debate, I would like to invite Nathalie Vidual. She's going to be our first speaker. Nathalie Vidual is a superintendent regarding investments at the CVM. So Nathalie, please tell us a little bit how you see the role of regulation of the capital markets and how this regulation can boost or leverage resources so that we can invest in sustainability. Nathalie, the floor is yours. Thank you, Maristela. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I thank you, ABDE, for the invitation to take part in this development forum. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here representing the CVM. And first of all, I would like to say that the CVM values all of the ASG values and sustainability values. We work hard so that all of the clients know how to use these, implement these aspects, assess the risks, assess the opportunities, and so that they can truly use this to mobilize all of the private capital so that we can move forward and move on to a greener economy, a more sustainable economy, a fairer economy. And so the CVM is a signatory of the Global Pact since 2020. So we are totally committed to achieving the SDGs. And along these lines and following this rationale, the CVM at the beginning of the year in January published its sustainable financing policy. And this policy brings in it the guidelines and how this government agency is going to promote sustainable development in the capital markets. We are developing an action plan that is going to bring clarity to this policy. The action plan is biannual and it's going to be published soon. And I would like to invite all of you to follow up our website, our social media accounts, because we're going to launch this. And this is very interesting. Now, going back to Maristela's main point, I believe that we can say that after the pandemic, there was a change, a shift when it comes to the ASG instruments, and so also in the capital market, in the financial organizations, in the banks. And I notice there was a protagonism of this agenda. We have been working with a new perspective, which is the opportunity perspective. It's not only a matter of deciding to invest, to make a sustainable investment, because this is a moral and ethical decision. It's also that. But nowadays, we're already focusing on opportunities, trying to fund opportunities, to bring more income, more jobs. And in fact, we are able to connect the two things, economic growth and sustainable growth. So the investors, they have noticed this, and the investors, they are demanding more and more sustainable financial products, okay? Retail investors and professional investors. And the CVM noticed some risks, lack of information or bad information regarding ASG products. There is no standardization, uniformity in the standards, and this makes the products offer low quality. And these two things together, and so the person that originated the product has more information than the investor, and this brings about with it low security and safety. And we have the greenwashing. So CVM created a huge reformulation of its regulatory agenda, and we included all of the ecosystems of our regulated organizations. Security organizations, the rules have changed, the investment funds rules have changed, and the main focus was to increase transparency, to bring more information regarding risks and opportunities, ESG opportunities regarding sustainability. So a transparency in order to help the investor to grow sustainably. And when we talk about the creation of new products, new arrangements, a new logic of investing based on sustainable aspects, this becomes even more important to promote clarity and to focus on the expansion of this transparency and to increase the information available. That's what the CVM did. And so I'm going to mention resolution number 59 that changed the forms for the open capital organizations. They have to inform to us structured and non-structured information, environmental, social, governance elements. It is a practice or explain this. This is the kind of format. We are encouraging the open companies to do that. They have to gather all of these indicators. Which methodology are you using? Which external agent is doing that? If they don't gather these pieces of information, they have to explain why they're not doing that. And this is a huge advance. And so the European Union also started in this practice or explain a methodology. And from our perspective, this expansion, these new information requirements are also going to bring about with them external oversight. We're going to have auditors, investors, government agencies, other agents monitoring everything. And this is going to make the companies work harder to gather these indicators and report these pieces of information in a more reliable way. And this brings security and safety to our investors. It also generates more objective reports when it comes to what are the sustainability, what are the social environmental impacts that are being generated from that company, from a certain emission. So we truly believe that we're going to have a huge advance by doing that. And obviously, There is a learning curve on the side of the companies, on the side of the regulators. So we're gonna also need preventive oversight done by the CVM. What are the best practices? We have to understand that. And after understanding them, we're gonna have to guide the market so that there is going to be a convergence towards these best practices. And we have to bear all of this in mind. And when we talk about opening the information, this is aligned with achieving the SDGs because it makes us stop and reflect. It's important to say that the 17 SDGs are not just a list of goals. They are there so that we can understand what are the difficulties, what are the bottlenecks, so that we can ask the right questions and resolve the problems and solve the problems. And so we need to have transparency. And by doing that, we're going to make the agents be able to think about these data. I believe that there was correct guidance done by the CVM to promote these interactions. We're also going to have a learning curve, but this is also natural. And the last point, very briefly, it is the fund rules, and this is very relevant. First of all, because inside the PIFs, we can invest in the regulated carbon markets. And this is an opportunity that we foresee. And besides that, I don't know if you know what is the main aspect. The investors, when they decide to invest in a fund, sometimes it's the name of the fund. Most of the times they only read the name of the fund and they decide to invest there or not. So the CVM brought an information improvement, and you need to name the fund and to have expressions such ESG. And so the ESG, the policies of that fund, they're going to have to sign a commitment that, in fact, they have solved the social environmental problem. This has to be proven. Who was the certifier? We're also going to have demands, additional demands, if they use these words. So the impact must be the objective so that the name of the fund can have these ESG terms, sustainability, green, environmental, etc. And so those are the comments that I have for today. And if you are in doubt about anything, feel free to ask me questions. Thank you, Nathalie. Excellent. I believe that this is a huge advance that you are proposing, analyzing the entire ecosystem, the steps, the processes, and to bring this guarantee that investors can come to Brazil and Brazilian investors can trust, and that we're going to guarantee the seriousness of the system that is the greenwash proof, which is the proof of being verified, it is safe, and I believe that this is happening at a very appropriate moment. Brazil now is placing itself again as a relevant stakeholder, a global stakeholder in the climate change agenda, in preserving the environment, and by doing that, we have seen high interest from international investors, even domestic interests, okay? People are betting on the growth of the country, a sustainable growth, and so that Brazil can become an example abroad.
And very quickly, when you talk of ESG and I talk about SDGs, they interact. The ESGs for us in the UN are within the 2030 in governance and all the themes of sustainable governance, which is the great orientation that the companies have to go through so that we can have a sustainable planet for all. After that super orientation from Nathalie on what is being done by the stock market and or the SEC, I would like to invite Márcia Grossman Faria to tell us a little bit of what is in fact is the IDB vest. We don't have a full notion, and I'd like that you exemplify with some experience, concrete experiences in terms thematic titles, and how does that work with the format system? How is the work that the IDB is doing in Brazil? If you give us some examples, and to aggregate this, that the financial systems and the parallel effort by the capital markets, so that we might have a volume of resources that corresponds, and this transformation through this sustainable development agenda. It's good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with colleagues. It's a present to us. So greetings to the colleagues that are here present, that those that are also virtually present, following the forum online. I'm Marcia. I work in BID Invest, our IDB Invest. It's the branch of the IDB that deals with the private market. We have three institutions. You have IDB Public, that has its headquarters here in Brasilia, in Brazil. And then you have IDB Invest for the private sector, and IDB Lab that does the investments of venture capital or other more risks and of lower value. So the IDB Invest did through a consolidation of the agents that did the private sector within the IDB. And our CEO is James Scriben. He took on since 2017 in the creation of this institution, and at that time there wasn't in Brazil people dedicated to the private sector, because we only had a headquarters in Brasilia, and it made no sense putting people in Brasilia to cover the private sector. So they asked for an office in São Paulo. Brazil is the only office of the IDB in the Latin American Caribbean that has an office in two places, Brasilia and São Paulo. We're 11 people in São Paulo, those that do it for origin from the cooperative Parodi, he's in the office. Infrastructure and Energy led by Silvana Bianco, also in São Paulo. And I do the execution and operations with the financial partners. Of course, when we have a project, we have people all over Argentina and based in various other countries. In the sector of financial institutions, IDB Invest in the private sector has around $6 billion all over the region. It's $1.3 billion in the whole region. We have around 150 clients and almost 300 projects in this volume. We have the challenge, and I would say the honor and the privilege as well, of challenging the private sector to take a step beyond in the sustainability area. We challenge, but of course we support. So we see as catalyzers of our clients in embracing this sustainability agenda and to launch, for example, new products. We have examples of financing dedicated to small, medium companies that are led by women. We have specific finance of solar panels for small and medium companies, and we have various themes that are approached where we incentivize the clients to walk with their own feet. I'm a big fan of financial institutions. We see the effort that the client does. It's a great demand of transparency You have to have certification, reporting, monitoring. We use our expertise to help the client. And within IDB Vest, we can qualify any project in terms of impact. It's called Delta. In my segment in financial institution, the main number is the road. If I'm financing a small and medium companies, this is the main component. And another component that is important, that is hard to measure, which is technical assistance that we give to clients. I always say that to make an operation with us is different from a commercial because we bring other additionalities, non-financial. We give support to develop a framework so that this client can emit in the financial market or a green certification or seal when he makes a loan, technical assistance for the obtaining of a second party opinion. We formalize a contract and we give a support of the second party opinion so he can monitor his portfolio and how he's going to do a report. Then we also have the blended finance. We use concessionary funds and we put a certain additional value in our loan and the client to do a step more. If he's going to do it for small and medium, if you grow in the north and northeast, you will have this benefit extra. Do you want it? And usually they want, and we can get to an agreement. That's why how we work. We have two very dear clients here, Sicredi and BMDG, in terms of bonds in the market. In the B, that was a public bid in terms of preparation for emissions, and we got into the structure to do the investment of that bond. So it was very nice, cool work, and so it was a very nice collaboration of the IDB. And Sicredi, it was a green bond emission, and we did one subordinate emission issuance. It was very challenging. 10 years ahead in this partnership, very much focused in the issue of renewable energy of the Sicredi. So I think our main, let's say, which we aggregate the most or add the most with our clients, is that little push that we need, and we push a little bit, but we also give support. We have a lot of expertise, internal knowledge, and we make it available when we are going to do an operation for the client. 2 weeks, we did with a small cooperative in the Ecuador that finances small businesses that belong to vulnerable populations. They're immigrants and indigenous. It's a small population, but it had a big impact. So we look for that kind of operation, and the impact is more interesting for us, I believe for all of us here. Okay, I'm available. I know that my colleagues in São Paulo can answer anything. If you have any doubts, we can talk. Thank you very much. Thank you, Marcia. That was very good to hear of the perspective of a financial institution, an international financial institution. And very cool to hear your speech on technical assistance to give that extra step. Thalita was talking a lack of information, asymmetry information, the construction of creating a capacity, and you putting it already on the financial instrument with an innovative instrument, and at the same time giving this important push so they can build the capability to test new technology, innovation. If you don't have the support, you're not able to advance, and we've been seeing that. And something I liked a lot And when you mentioned transparency, the issue of certification, verification, and here is a new market because according to the financial institution advance in promoting credit that is connected to sustainability, we will have an ecosystem with these actors ready, taxonomy, standardization, and capability of measuring impact. It's more of a super contribution that IDB Invest gives, and it works for the best practices to be replicated and adapted. It's very interesting. And to hear now a bit of a small bank here in Brazil, which is the Caixa Econômica. I'd like to invite Mônica Monteiro. She is the Vice President of Logistics, Operation and Security. And because it's a small bank, small but not, that you have a very vast work with the private sector and in different fronts, different formats. So I would like to ask you, so you tell us a little bit of what's the line of work in the private sector, how you see the private sector, and the connection of the effort that you make in financing and credit, and giving impulse so that they might make a transformation to a sustainability agenda. Thank you, Maristela. Good afternoon to all who are following us in YouTube. I thank ABDE for the invitation. It's a great pleasure for Caixa to be back to the ABDE after a few years absent. Since its origin in 161 years, in the core of its issues to create a positive social impact for Brazilians. So the period we were absent from the ABDE was a painful period, I could say it. So it's a pleasure to be back here. Caixa is a small bank, the greatest credit portfolio of the market. We closed with $1 trillion and a few billion, $1 trillion and 20 billion, and with the greatest number of clients of Brazil. We have 230 million Brazilians, and 180 million are clients of Caixa, be they commercial or social clients, due to the public policies we carry out. So we have a great responsibility in inducing sustainable development in Brazil. We've always had this, and this became more reinforced in our review in the strategic planning of Caixa, and this came into our planning, our internal objectives, and our external commitments. Talk about credit, we are a wholesale or bank, and in other forms of in other ways we promote. So we have 712 billion reais related to sustainable development that have credits, and other 80 that are credit cards, credit, especially My House, My Life programs and others. So how can we do that? You're going to be happy to know about this. How can we do this labeling? These credits need to fulfill two of the ODSs. They have to contribute directly to at least two of the SDGs. And the Caixa has a characteristic in terms of sustainability, of doing an exercise of self-analysis and to check their whole portfolio to see where there's more intentionality. But Caixa has a characteristic that is a little bit different from the market, which I find it is positive. From our sustainable finance, most is social, positive social impact. So when we look at the portfolio of other banks, we look at each other, we investigate each other and our peers. The majority of those has a positive environmental impact. Of course, it's necessary. Chris had talked about ecological transformation plan. Of course, this is important, but we need to remember that one of the pillars of sustainability is the social, and that's sometimes a little bit forgotten. So in credit, we are signatory to Ecuador since 2009, and this talks about the analysis and we are talking here a little bit about and credit of big projects, and we end up replicating in those that not go into the Ecuador principles but are going to the analysis of the concession. So there's some that we have to see. We have 4,000 agencies, and these 4,000 agencies are, for example, just giving a few examples, 3,800 of these buildings are rented, so we can induce the private sector working in sustainable development and being more sustainable in their practice when they ask from those we rent and are more relevant, that they have buildings that have reutilized water, they have full accessibility, bring a little bit of the social. It's an induction that we can do in a specific aspect of the market and the economy. We have this induction in our internal practices. We operate 164 photovoltaic operations, which reduces our consumption. It's a big volume, but it's still very little representative. It's a 3% of our energy consumption. So we want to increase and bring more of that. In our contracting, we have 12,000 suppliers. You're talking with the president of logistics, I apologize. We have 12,000 suppliers in our base and an annual budget of around 10 billion reais. So how can we induce these practices in the market? We have our sustainable purchases practices, which is part of our environmental responsibility. We have a life cycle, not only what is being supplied, but how are these being extracted, how are they being processed, and how will this material be thrown away or refurbished afterwards. So it's not all of these. Our furniture, we have the care. I was trying to remember a better, but reforming and these furniture and then to donate it, so that the technology, refrigerators and others, so that it has an extended life cycle. So we have in our projects with our private and public partnerships, how can they include criteria and aspects that are socially, environmentally responsible, and to put demands on these projects when they are auctioned. So this is to take on the private sector that will take on these PPPs, to put those in their projects, and in the future, not now. We want to get another area of the private sector, which is the investment sector. How can we label what we are capturing so we can attract this kind of investor? And now that we are on a panel that is only women, the issue of leadership by example. Caixa was the first bank in Brazil and one of the first Brazilian companies to have majority of women in their board of directors. So how can we bring more diversity? But how can we do that in the whole company? One of the objectives that we had way back was to give more diversity to our directors and managers. So to work with different publics independently of the size of Caixa, yes, it is a big bank, but independently of the size of the institution, or those are not part of it, we have different paths to be explored in this financial system for sustainable development to reach those SDGs.
That's it. Thank you. Only that, right, Monica? Only those things that you mentioned, and they only gave you 10 minutes. Unfortunately, she was unable to comment on other things because she only received 10 minutes. Monica, first of all, I would like to highlight a few points of your remarks that really amazed me. They were not just the numbers, because we are well aware of the numbers, but this main focus on everything that is related to the social aspects. This is important because it adds value to the other initiatives that also focus on the environment. And so remember our mantra, the 2030 agenda, never leave anybody behind. And Caixa Econômica has these characteristics to help out the population, the most vulnerable population. And I really, really wanted to mention this because when I was joking around at my bank, those who receive money or loan in the countryside of Piauí, of Mato Grosso, that's my bank. That is my bank branch. And so they have a characteristics of connecting with the users. And so this goes through Caixa Econômica. And so something very relevant about your remarks is analyzing the operational side, the operational chain on which you are working on, and a high concern when it comes to Caixa's actions, the credit, the retail products, and at the same time analyzing where are these resources coming from, where are these funds coming from, and also a specific internal perspective. How can I improve my processes so that I can become a benchmark, an institution that is an example? Walk the talk. I walk according to what I say. I walk according to my principles. And I believe this is extremely relevant. And we know all of the potential that Caixa has, its influence in the market with this giant volume of funds and clients. And so it's important for Caixa to come back to the ABDE so that we are all aligned and in sync when it comes to our sustainable development, mostly focused on people. So I would like to share this or share the floor with Christina. She is the Deputy Secretary from the Ministry of Finance, and I believe that many challenges, right, Christina? Working with public policies is also always a challenge. Yes. And I truly would like you to tell us, what has the Ministry of Finance been doing? What are the novelties so that we can organize ourselves better, have a better carbon market, and from the ecological perspective, what can be connected to our debate? And these instruments are very, very relevant for all of the stakeholders on this panel and the stakeholders in the audience. Can you hear me well? Fantastic. Oh, I have a super sore throat today. It's going to be a little difficult for you to hear me, but I really, really wanted to come and take part in this conversation, talking with such interesting people, Christina, Márcia, Mônica, Maristela. Thank you so much, Kézia, for inviting me, and thank you to everybody who is here. It's a great joy for us to talk about the ecological transformation, mainly when it comes to a sustainable transformation and the role that the private sector has. The word transformation is extremely appropriate for this. We sometimes hear the media, they use the word ecological transition or energy transition. But this plan that I am here to present to you is called Ecological Transformation. Our current priority at the Ministry of Finance, okay? We have the sustainable and the fiscal regime. The tax reform is being discussed at our National Congress. The Ecological Transformation Program has been created to change the production paradigms, technological paradigms, cultural paradigms of our society so that we can have a social and inclusive growth. So from the very beginning, implicitly and explicitly, it is connected to the 2030 agenda and also to the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. So the three main principles of the plan are to increase our economy's productivity based on technology, generating more jobs, decent jobs. First of all, that's it. environmental and climate justice, and in third place, reducing the inequalities in Brazil. And I'm only mentioning them, the three of them, but there is no order. Okay, so to have an increase of our income, wealth, analyzing the territories and the different regions, because we know that the regions in Brazil are very unequal. And so based on these principles, the Ministry of Finance is trying to offer financial, regulatory, fiscal, tax, oversight, monitoring for the other plans of the federal administration and the federal government, and they are going to discuss these sustainability goals. And we have a friend here who leads the industrial revolution here in Brazil. And this ecological transformation is connected to the growth of our industrial sector, mainly when it comes to the increase of our technology. So technological intensity, bioeconomy, circular economy, energy transformation, and the new infrastructures. So each one of them, the ministries, they are delivering many products and programs. And we have to analyze how fast this government is creating policies to bring about development. The new PAC has been already launched, and it wants to deliver 1.7 trillion reais to invest, and so that we can have an inclusive and sustainable development. And the new PAC announced the new ecological transformation. Minister Haddad did that, and now we are discussing this topic, how to go deep down into this debate with our society regarding our outputs. So we have many, many measures on top of all of these axes. And those that the Ministry of Finance is directly responsible for is related to the sustainable financial activities. And so my sore throat, I believe, is related to this, because last week we approved the sovereign and sustainable bonds, the issuance of these bonds, and the Bill of Law of the Carbon Regulated Market, and this was enacted at the Senate. At lunchtime, Senator Leila was reading the report, and it was wonderful to listen to Senator Leila reading about that. And we, including many, many ministries, we created a group. And so I believe that this is going to be the carbon market that is going to be the most powerful in the world. And when it comes to regulations, we're going to be able to count on the support of the CVM, and they also work with us on a taxonomy project. And I'm going to wrap up by discussing the taxonomy, because this is what unites us. I don't know how much of this you know, but for quite some time we have had a demand to standardize the taxonomy, the national taxonomy. And at the Ministry of Finance, we have been doing that with other ministries, with other financial organizations, the central bank, other public financial institutions, the BNDES, SUSEPs, the CVM, and we are about to launch this, the action plan, to launch the public hearing to have a sustainable market. And it aims to classify the activities that are related to the environment, avoiding greenwashing, and also promoting this reduction of inequality, to create more jobs, to increase people's income, because this is important for our economy. And this is always a principle. And we also want to promote inclusion. We're going to talk about the National Taxonomy Plan. And so in the following weeks, we're going to debate this. And we have a session in which we have all of the national and international commitments that we have taken over. And we're going to discuss this broadly. And so the strategic objectives, the environmental objectives, the social objectives, the industries that are going to be included, and the discussion regarding the action plan's timeline. Because after the public hearing, after the action plan is reviewed, and we're going to launch it in this year's copy so that it can be implemented, and during next year's copy, we're going to have the Brazilian sustainable taxonomy. And that's it. Thank you very much. First of all, congratulations for your work. I believe that this is very important. Not only having a plan, but we have already started testing the instruments. And the most relevant is the message, because the public policies of all this movement, the capital sector, the capital market, the development sector, the private sector, this is a huge bet on having a transformed Brazil. Yes, absolutely. It is a hope. It is something that is like contagious, and in the dialogue that we're having, I have never refused any chat, not even a request for hearing. We are still having a dialogue, chatting with people, and I need to thank the GIZ, because Gustavo Oliveira has been helping us a lot in this taxonomy process. We have been having wonderful conversations with multilateral organizations, bilateral organizations, the civil society, other government agencies, with this transformation nature. And so we want to reach our entire total potential. Thank you very much. Congratulations for having shared these novelties with us. Huge challenges are still ahead of us. I was discussing recently at the Ministry of the Environment about regulating the carbon market. I know that we still have many phases to overcome. We have to discuss the legislation. Many things are going to happen in the future. But in the country, we have been promoting this engagement. It is a positive agenda. It is an agenda that is uniting us with lots and lots of hope and possibilities. I believe somebody mentioned that Brazil is a superpower, super carbon power, and we have to explore this wealth that Brazil has, and at the same time we have to preserve our natural resources, to use them in a responsible way without leaving anybody behind. So reducing the inequality that was present in what you mentioned. I'm going to look at Kessia, because I believe I lost track of time. Oh, I still have 10 minutes. Wonderful, wonderful. I'm going to be able to pick on the panelists' brains a little more. Any questions from the audience? So I have some questions and remarks for my fellow panelists. First of all, the UNDP is engaged in a new design, in a new way of thinking, a blended financing model for the Amazon region. It is a partnership between the UNDP and the CNI. It's Amazon Plus 21, and we are we are adventurers. Well, we're not adventurers. We have many technical people beside us, and we're trying to create a new facility or a new mechanism so that we can increase the funding in that region. Let's start with Nathalie. Nathalie, can you discuss this a little longer, a little more? Ensuring funds, what have you been doing? How are you watching this? How do you see this? The CVM is totally involved in this blended finance. We have been having many conversations. It's important to explain that blended financing is not a financial instrument in itself. It is a mechanism. It is an arrangement so that a structure can become feasible. So the risk and the return is going to make more sense, to have more liquidity. And our discussions, they are based on acquiring more knowledge and more information so that we can guide the market participants so that they can use the financial instruments that are already available in the capital markets, and that could be a part of the blended finance arrangement. It's not a specific resolution that we should create. It's not a specific product, but it's an arrangement. But clarification, because when the CVM creates this, the investors and the members of the market, they feel safer so that they can use this mechanism and capture more resources, and also to have social and environmental impact, which is better. Even I am going to feel safer now, continue with our initiative with the CNI, with this Amazon Plus 21 Institute. And I also have a question for Marcia. And Marcia, you mentioned this experience with two ABDE organizations, and I would like you to go a little deeper on your remarks. What are the other possible partnerships that you can have with the IDB Invest, with the development system? Any ideas? I believe that it is possible for us to have the public IDB, a partnership with the public IDB, and we have had some technical cooperations, conversations with many national development stakeholders. And what do we do in the Invest IDB? We offer collateral, loans, equity, capital market products, okay, etc. So we work with all of the institutions in Brazil that are not from the sovereign public sector, and so we have the public IDB. So we have a gray area when we talk about mixed capital. It can be them or us. And we talk a lot with Gabriel Rifas, Rafael from the public IDB. We have the states and the municipalities, the BDG, and then we invested in the bond. So now there are several instruments. We have the financial debentures. They can have a thematic bond. So if you're not a bank and you cannot create a bond, what can you do? So that you can structure many other instruments. You can have FDIC, and we're totally available. We're there for anything you need us. So open doors, open doors. So I believe that this is a great opportunity, and my question was to bring you closer to us. I'm talking about the UNDP. We are helping the BDE. We are not members of the ABDE, but we believe in the ABDE's potential and everything that they represent as an organization that includes all of the development stakeholders, and they have a similar agenda to ours. And we aim to strengthen these partners, okay, and having sustainable development. So to add stakeholders that can add innovation, open doors, and open doors policy. This is what we're trying to have. Monica, and what about you? And what about you? You don't have many challenges in your life and in your work day, right, regarding Caixa Econômica?
So we've been talking to Caixa, and we've having a dialogue with Caixa, an international corporation. And we understand that there's an effort from the bank, like you mentioned, the work that you've been carried out and allying to the credit line, to those SDGs, and sometimes an activity contributes to one or two SDGs. How does Caixa see the possibility and stepping further ahead in the evaluation and the use of metrics to measure the impact of the work that you carry out. So I think that's important. It's a challenge. Challenges are good. That's what make us get up in the morning. But it's not only a challenge of Caixa or the financial system. To measure impact is put for all institutions of society. An important point that Chris mentioned, that we have a common taxonomy. I mentioned the sustainable portfolio of Caixa, which is evaluated in how we are meeting the SDGs. Even if it meets at least 2 SDGs, it could have, if it doesn't meet 2, it could have a negative impact. But that's the taxonomy of Caixa. From the BNDES, they have their own taxonomy. So I know their numbers. I'm in Caixa, but I worked in BNDES. I'm originally from there, so I know the numbers. So 68% of their portfolio is sustainable, but 62% through the taxonomy of Caixa. So why is it important to have a common taxonomy? And this work that the Ministry of Finance is doing is are we comparing apples to apples? Now we're comparing apples to bananas. So each one has their own reading. So the initial point is to have a common measure to measure all. So when we do a real impact of evaluation, this becomes even harder due to the definitions. What are the baselines to know what I was able to move in that measurement? So this process is hard, it's not standardized, it's expensive. So an impact evaluation that is worthy of that name is very complicated. It ends up being philanthropy, but in credits we don't have it yet. We have to work with this challenge. Sustainable development is not of one economic sector. It's important that we work in a network. We have to give our hands to one another in order to develop metrics that work. So we have a challenge. How do I make that impact evaluation to credit from suppliers, from people we rent, and in the future investors, to the other aspects of an industry, a financial sector, or an economic agent? How do we do that so that we can have common measurements, common baselines, so we can have the security? Look, I caused a positive impact in this population, this location. Thank you, Monica. I see there's still a lot of work, great work to do. And this possibility of working in network and to build a dialogue where everyone speaks the same language and we can advance. Cristina, our time is over. I want a quick question. Complement some information. I see that you have some points to add. Let's hear your point of view. In the end, Nadalis whispered to me, I had suggested that Caixa received an invitation to the taxonomy group. So here officially, Caixa, you are invited to these working groups in taxonomy to do this great work, which has an enormous impact. National taxonomy would have a great impact in directing investments. For many nights I was not able to sleep due to this responsibility. Now I'm calmer because we set up a team that is advancing very well in an impressive time. And now we will receive the addition or the help from everyone and should be quicker. I would like to thank UNDP is available. I know you're looking at the theme of taxonomy with other international actors, GIZ, UNEP as well. And so we are available to bring international experiences, international knowledge, so that we can be here always exchanging information and building with solid bases, without any greenwashing, with verification, metrics, analysis of impact, because I think we have all of the elements in Brazil to give back to their society in a way that's sustainable, with dignity, justice, and reduction of poverty and greater equality. So with that, we finish this panel. I thank you all for your participation, and I hope I haven't gone off too much. Thank you very much. Our sincere thanks to the participants of this panel for this rich discussion. I just ask to stay there just for the official photo to register. Can you stand up forth? And the director of BNDES, Helena Tenori, which I invite to be part of this moment and in this photo. So let's register this moment. And all women participants in the Development Forum 2023. Once more, thank you, and feel free to continue following us. Take your places here in the auditorium, and we will continue. The sustainable future of Brazil is a collective responsibility, and the private sector is not an expector but an agent of a new era of growth, equity, and environmental preservation. So continuing our program, the next panel would be the green reindustrialization and the economic industrial complex of health, and with sustainable practice in the health sector can help economic growth and social rights. This debate for advanced research and innovation in health in order to have the green reindustrialization. I'd like to remind you all that your participation is always welcome. So due to the material you have, those who are here, you can use that notebook, little notebook, and address a question or comment to our moderator. And you who are those online, we remind you, your participation is welcome. You can put your comment or question that will be delivered to the moderator here of our next panel. So let's go to the next conversation. The executive of the National Development Industry, Mrs. Verena Hittner Barros. I would like to invite here in the panel the President of the Brazilian Research and Innovation, EMBRAPE, Mr. Francisco Saboia. Also, the Financial Director of the Development Bank of Minas Gerais, BDMG, Mr. Edmilson Gama. Superintendent of Innovation of FINEP, Mr. Rodrigo Cecioso. Also, the President of Desenho Bahia, Mr. Paulo Costa. We'd also like the Executive Director of the Observatory for the Group Pharma Brazil, Mr. Marcelo Ramos. And for the comments to conduct this conversation, from the Pharma Brazil Group, Innovation and Access to Health, Mr. João Emílio Gonçalves. Pleasure to see you again. Let's continue. Once more, remembering that your participation is always welcome. Feel free and to start our Mr. João Emílio Gonçalves. Thank you. Good afternoon. They've given me the mission of concluding this panel in 1 hour. So I will start to short my initial speech, and so that we can do something very dynamic, so we can have a few questions at the end and we can interact. So firstly, I'd like to thank the ABDE for the invitation and congratulate them for carrying out this forum. ABDE has had a fundamental role in the discussion of the development and in Brazil, and a very modern, up-to-date agenda involving sustainable development agenda and how to work the instruments. At the end of last year, they launched the ABDE plan, aligned with what is up-to-date, most up-to-date in the world as regards industrial policies and development policies. This event happens in a very opportune moment where the government and private sector has been discussing a development agenda oriented to missions and in a convergence of analysis with the recreation of the CNDI, which is the agency to promote this governance. If private institutions have launched documents on their agenda of missions. They don't call it missions, but they converges. So this is important because it shows that the actors that have to work together, dialogue, this mission agenda are aligned toward the same direction. So in this context, the area of health has a huge potential because it fits in a very adequate manner in these, having the development of the sector a double objective. It contributes at the same time for the industrial development, is a sector that's highly intensive in technologies, that employs highly qualified workers, and at the same time contributes for an objective that certainly will be in any priority mission, that is the promotion and improvement of the access to health by the population. This is very clear in the mission statement of CNDI for the treatment of diseases, and like I mentioned, is convergent with what the ABDE 2030 plan says, that put health, or the mission of health, as an engine for development and reinforcing the demand and offer in Brazil. So it's very common to Brazil to think the agenda of missions, look at the US and to compare with the dual technology of the. But when we look at Brazil and translate this, that this use of these instruments, what more fits is, I think, the health sector, because we think on the US with the size and demand and the technological needs of defense. But when we look at Brazil, the area in Brazil which has a purchasing power that can be directed towards innovation and production is in health, is in our single health system, SUS. And we have an ecosystem in Brazil made up by national plans that have, the big companies have grown at 10% rate, and from 2008 to 2015, they've grown in almost 11%. They invest 6% in research and development, and the system, health system, the size of SUS, big companies that invest in innovation, with academia that is very productive in this area of research, in the area of health. So we have a lot here to promote this industrial development with resilience, to amplify the access to health, and to contribute with the sustainability of SUS, which is that universal access and full access to health. So in this context, we inserted the objective of the panel is to debate the importance of finance in terms of front-end technology, and also I think we have here an excellent public to cover various policies, visions, and various of examples in how the national system has contributed to the development of the sector. So starting here with the panel, and since we talked so much about missions, I would like to start with Verena to talk a little bit about her vision. I think it's worthwhile talking to the context of missions and specifically of health. Good afternoon to all. It's a pleasure to be here in this such important panel and debate with friends and colleagues with whom I've been talking a lot. I'd like to thank the ABDE and President Pancera for the invitation. CINDI, like I was commenting, it's a national council for industrial development. It was created in 2004. It had important action until 2016 when it stopped working, and one of the actions of 100 days action by Lula was the recreation of this council. It has a great importance in the current framework, and for many reasons. The main due to that we have a geopolitical structure that is very favorable, that we can talk openly about industrial development. Differently from what happened less than 10 years ago, where the theme of industrial policies had to be taken with certain care. We can now talk it openly about industrial policies. The other importance of the recreation of the CNDI, it increased in size. I think it's important to say an area for dialogue with the productive sector, and we're convinced in this country that it's not successful only society or only government doing industrial policies. So everybody has to participate. So it's an important space for dialogue and convergence. Our option to build from these missions comes firstly from some diagnostics that we had in the past. Maybe the most important diagnostic is the fact that the problem of industry cannot be thought something or only of the industry. It has to be understood as a big social issue, and that's why the health issue is one of the most important to advance in this discussion on industrial development. We built 6 missions that also included health. You have industrial chain of supplies and digital and others to guarantee food security. You have the health economic industry to reduce the vulnerabilities of SUS and increase the access to health, and sanitation for better integration in production and well-being in cities. This is a theme that we sought out a lot of convergence with people from the PACs. The theme of digital transformation of the industry to increase productivity, decarbonization, and energy security to guarantee resources for future generations, and defense security for sovereignty issues. So these are items that I want to see, issues that the industry that we have as a society. There was also other big issue that we had, where the second biggest reason why we chose to work in these missions was the fact that the policy of industrial development cannot be thought exclusively as part of a Ministry of Industry and Commerce, but it has to be seen necessarily and works better if it's a policy of state.
So we always joke around with our colleagues from healthcare, and so the industrial healthcare complex, they have more infrastructure than the entire ministry. So it's important for us to work on these things. And if you start analyzing the specific goals that we added to resolution number 1 created by the CNDI, there's no specific goal that is going to say, we're going to analyze the specific goals and say, this one is part of the economic complex for healthcare. This is only for FINAP, for AB and IP. But these aim to promote the coordination and the interaction between all of the stakeholders in our society. So our initial design is like this. What have we been doing now? We are now creating our aspirations and goals, and this is important for us. Why? Because it has to be an ambitious goal, seductive enough that is going to generate attractiveness for the different stakeholders. We have gone over the phase that we should start thinking about goals that are only related to the government, to the state. Did the state achieve this goal or not? That's why we're having an aspirational goal, if I can say it like that. And regarding healthcare, I believe the goal has already shared the goal with us. The Minister of Health, Minister Nisia, says that most of the demands and needs that the SUS has in Brazil, they have to be met by the local market. And so, regarding Chris, ecological transformation is important for the government, decarbonization is important for the government, and also the productive intensification. If once again we arrive at a moment such as the pandemic, so as a country, we need to be able to find autonomous solutions. So the intensification of our chains, production chains, how are we going to value the national production? And all of this is important. From the perspective of the policies design, we also have some necessary instruments. We need to have a dialogue regarding what we're doing. And so we have the financial instruments, credits, and we have been discussing this with FINEP, with the BNDES. And we started thinking about criteria, priorities, what is the path ahead, and this is unprecedented when it comes to the design of our industrial policies. So there is almost an absolute idea, and Vice President Alckmin has been saying this, and President Lula as well. It's impossible nowadays for us to think about an industrial policy that is not connected to the innovation policies. That's why in Brapi and us, we have been discussing this, 26 billion reais for the industrial development. We include money from Embrapi, from FINEP, and from the BNDES. We organize this conversation about the development, and we also have non-financial instruments. What are non-financial instruments? Capacity building policies, quality policies, foreign trade policies. So we need policies that must be built in an autonomous way, and we understand that they are legitimate. And from our industrial development, we're going to be able to move into the future and create proposals to use other non-financial instruments. And our following steps, and we have to wrap up the policy by December of this year, is talking with our society about the bottlenecks that exist. So productive alienation, and I was having a chat earlier today with the Vega people, and they were saying how important it is for us to analyze what the government wants and the demands that exist when it comes to the development policies. So where should we tread upon? What about innovation, intensification, digital transformation of our industries? And this is important. And we have to analyze this with the productive sector, which is analyzing these instruments, because the users are my 10 minutes up. So the users of the policies, I was having an important chat with people regarding innovation, and the motto is the users know best regarding public policies, industrial development policies. The users, they know best, and they know the future pathways. And this is what we're going to discuss during our future steps. And we're going to deliver the policy by December of this year. Thank you very much. Thank you, Verena. It has to work out. It has to be ready by December. You mentioned many important things, and I'm going to highlight one of them. We need to coordinate with other sectors. With other policies, we have already seen that one ministry launched the policy, and the other ministries, they said, this has nothing to do with me. And they use these words exactly, and that's really bad. And so there are two main things. Institutionally speaking, the CNDI contributes to that because of its institutional design, and also it is legitimate. It is legitimate. Another thing that you mentioned is not thinking about the industrial problems that we have, only a problem of our industries. No. You can see a goal, a need from our society, and our industries are a mean to meet those demands. And this is going to help us avoid difficulties that we saw for the planning, for the execution of policies in the past. And when it comes to coordinating with other fields, I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Marcelo Ramos, okay? Because this is one of the other important areas, and it's a ministry that has an important history when it comes to industrial policies. And if we look into the past, and if we start thinking about the policy to fight AIDS, or the policy to offer generic medication, and so you were just giving to our population access to health care. So, Mr. Marcelo, the floor is yours. So thank you so much. On behalf of the top managers of the ministry, it's an honor to be here. Good afternoon to the audience. Good afternoon to my fellow panelists. As mentioned before, nowadays we have this reindustrialization issue. Some people call it the neo-industrialization. And this phenomenon is being rebuilt, but it's something that has been happening abroad, even because of geopolitical issues, as the moderator has already mentioned. And within this context, we have the institutionalization of this reindustrialization process via the CNDI that was already mentioned in a brilliant way by Dr. Verena, and their missions, the industrial and economic healthcare complex. And so since April, we already have a decree that has created the executive group of the economic and industrial healthcare complex, so that we can institutionalize the policies for this sector. It includes many ministries and other agencies, such as regulatory agencies, the BNDES. It also offers the possibility for the participation of our society. We have the permanent forum, because great policies, they are always designed with the participation of everyone. Nowadays, fortunately, due to the topic we're going to discuss today, which is the green industrialization, Nowadays, we have been discussing the single or one health care concept that is not well known by the public, but it's been discussed a lot. One health care. It's being discussed by ECHO, WHO, the G20, and other organizations, which is a concept that health care has to be understood as a whole, based on a tripod: human care, animal care, and environmental care. This concept was born in the past after the diseases that are transmitted by animals, be it a pet, be it a wild animal, and the transmission of diseases by these animals to humans. And the environmental issue, it worsens the situation due to many factors. Nobody has any doubt in their minds regarding the worsening of worsening of the climate conditions, the world's conditions. So everybody's surprised with the rainfall in Brasilia in August. So we have had huge climate changes, and we are breaking temperature records over and over again. And so it's possible that human actions have been causing this. And these environmental changes and shifts, they tend to worsen these situations. Why? Because human populations are moving to other places, animal populations are moving to other places, and scenarios in which you have a higher possibility of having this transmission of pathogens. And so they leap from the animals to humans. So this environmental issue is very important when it comes to health care. And then we have several ways of discussing this topic when it comes to the economic and industrial complex. One of them is exactly the fact that due to the energy transformation, ecological transformation, we can make the industrial processes and productive processes to become less aggressive towards the environment. And on the other hand, we can also offer higher protection to the populations from these aggressive agents. The complex, and we use this at the Ministry of Health, we use the morphology of the complex, and it's subdivided into several subsystems. We have the chemical subsystem, the biotechnological subsystem. They offer many products, different products, which are the active pharmacological ingredients. We have vaccines. We have a high variety of hemo byproducts. We have genetic therapies, really advanced products. We also have the medical devices subsystem, and then we have prosthetics and other devices for cardiologists and for several diseases. We also have the information technology subsystem, the IT subsystem, and the service subsystem. And each one of them, they can become the object of an action because you can improve their ecological fitting in and their environmental sustainability. When it comes to medication, to the the chemical and biotechnological subsystems. We have the possibility of developing technologies that create medication or drugs with a lower carbon footprint when they're being produced, and a lower possibility of creating pollutants. Some drugs, some production systems and productive chains are very polluting, very polluting. And on the other hand, we have another opportunity, which is the use of the phytotherapeutical drugs. And this is a very interesting perspective because they offer the possibility for you to create and so it's possible to generate income to populations that live in the forest, for instance. And we discuss a lot. Something that is going to be able to save the forest is for people to understand that a forest standing up is way richer than an area that is totally deforested. And this is an interesting perspective. When it comes to devices and equipment, we have the life cycle, the circular economy, in which you, in the productive processes, you use technologies that are less polluting and they generate less waste, and you can reuse and recycle materials. And so this is very important because we can create opportunities for us to. So telemedicine. So there is less need to use transportation, both for the healthcare professionals as well for the patients. The use of the point-of-care diagnostics or diagnosis devices. You transport a device or a gadget to diagnose a disease. You take it to where it is necessary so that people don't have to go there to do exams or tests. Or you don't even have to transport samples, tissue samples, blood samples, etc. So these are technologies that cooperate for us to diminish our carbon footprint and also other impacts to the environment. And the issue regarding transportation. So the green energy transportation systems and vehicles. Regarding the logistics chains, the services chains. And finally, we also have the use of the state's purchasing power. It can be used to encourage the production of assets, products, and services that are ecologically sustainable. So that's it. I believe I can pass the floor to my colleague. Thank you, Marcelo. Excellent. I believe that you have shared with us interesting examples on how innovation can take care of our healthcare sector when it comes to processes, the development of new business models, new technologies, such as the digitization of our healthcare sector. And this is important even for the development institutions. And I believe that they are already paying attention to these examples. So now on the panel, we're going to have 4 speakers representing 4 development institutions, different ones. And I'm going to pass the floor to Mr. Francisco Saboia, the president of Embrapa.
Thank you for the invitation. I'd like to greet all of you here and our colleagues, and a greeting especially to Celso Panceira for the initiative and the invitation. And Soon I will talk about ABRAPI and what we've done as regards the economic and industrial complex of health. But firstly, I'd like to give a small context of what we're living in this country when we're talking about industrialization, and to which Verena is dedicated and has made a big difference in this country. The first issue is the recognition of a deindustrialization process, that is speed is very fast. This is measured by various indicators: smaller participation in the GDP. We had the industry response for 35% of GDP. Now it's 11-12%. The participation of the industry in the international commerce has 1.8% to now it's, oh, it was 3.6, now it's 1.8. So we see indicators that it lost a vigor. Deindustrialization is not always important because of natural process of a diversification of the richer countries. With the growth of the tertiary sector, services grows, the society urbanizes, this saves up, it's less intensive in labor force, it has more innovation, and the fact is that you start with economic development, you start to have a greater weight of the services sector, but especially those of greater technological intensity. In Brazil, we deindustrialized earlier. Our industry is incompatible with our level of development. We have diseases that only happen to more advanced economies, and that's a problem. So we need a new industrialization strategy, which Verena mentioned when she said about the new industrial policy, and the fact that Brazil can now say with way more calm of a strategy of reindustrialization, because it accumulated evidence and competencies and political will to advance in facing this challenge. Verena also mentioned the issue of industrial policy is a social issue because it has to do with the health economic sector. We know very well it was a recent process of the pandemic and how we were dependent of production chains, global production chains of which we are not much inserted. And we were stuck in these dependencies, and this is not a good thing. So it is also an issue of sovereignty. So one of the purposes of this complex, and Mr. Gadelho and the minister have already talked about, is that reducing our dependence to these global supply chains, to increase our autonomy without being autarkic, and to have our needs met. But for that we need to add to that policy not only of reindustrialization, not only a green component that is put here, but to emphasize the component of innovation. The reindustrialization cannot be cartorial, cannot be only for some sectors' demands, but it has to take a better, wider perspective. Innovation costs a lot. And in the area of pharmaceuticals, it costs even more. It's $1 billion in 10 years to put a new active molecule in the market. That's where we come in with. That's where Embrapi comes into the view. It works fundamentally in articulating a network of institutions of science and technology, of scientific and technological intelligence networks, in order to develop, demanded by the industry, and to directives of the development of the country. It's not an innovation, any segment, or any demand from any industry. It has to be aligned with the directives of the development of the country while defining the priority sectors. Fundamentally, Embrapi works in this direction of articulating the TICs of the country in order to connect them to the productive sector. Another role of Embrapi, which I wanted to show here, of co-financing this effort, which is the effort of innovation. Embrapi works in a model where we absorb and buy a third of the risk of innovation. So our model in Embrapi is more or less, Embrapi is to put a third of non-reimbursable projects for innovation projects. The industry that takes on that service pays the other third, and the Science and Technology Institute, which is a third, will take on the last third with her sciences, her labs, her infrastructure, and her technological capabilities. That's the Embrapi model. We have 96 Embrapi units. These are science and technology centers in order to work with innovation in very defined areas. Some of these areas directly connected to the economic industry health complex, be it in mechanic, electronics, computing, for prostheses or others, like you mentioned, the area of IT. Many experiences and innovations have been developed, always in partnership, always in network. So we can deal more directly with this. Of the 96 Embrapi units, 40 units work in the development of solutions that address health issues. Some in software development to manage, for example, the demand for gas, so there's no lack of gas, like it happened in the pandemic in Manaus, a traumatic process which we all went through. You have technologies for this. You have technologies to do laboratory exams that are simple in an almost instantaneous manner, with identification of cells, stand patterns, and sent by cloud. So for R$4 cost, you can do an exam and identify any pathology. So in these 40 units, many are developing 240 projects. So we've dealt with 260 projects, and these involves 231 industries of the health industrial complex. Companies from the sector of health that are here they take on services in a level that is invested by Embrapi of 249 million reais. So look that it is an appreciable volume that is part of this philosophy of the Embrapi. When you buy it from this model, to buy the risk of what is essentially innovative and with perspectives that are greater to go wrong than to go right. So in the biopharmaceuticals, you have 10,000 attempts to generate a molecule to the market. So imagine the cost that is involved in this effort. And to finish this presentation, we would like to highlight that Embrapi is in a phase that Brazil recently, in their stage of development, scientific technological development level, Brazil wasn't well instrumented. It was in the pre-competitive. We have institutionalities very complex and sophisticated in the lower ranks. We have the CNPq copies in financing research and students at the basic levels. On the other side, we have BNDES and FINEP working with reimbursable funds for the development and to bet on the market of products, on the more advanced products. But we didn't have until now in Brazil an institutionality that dedicated itself through this model of three-part financing of innovation. And now with Embrapix, we use resources from the Ministry of Science and Technology, Health, Education, and Industry and Commerce, and besides resources from FINEP, the National Development Bank, BNDES. With the volume of resources, it was possible for Embrapi to have activated like R$ 1,200,000,000 in 10 years to finance and co-finance projects in the values of 3 billions and 100 million. So all of these projects directly connected to the productive sector, that's with whom Embrapi works, and with an appreciable amount of resources and projects dedicated to the health economic industrial complex. And the last comment, so that you, Verena, as the articulator and coordinator of this effort of creating a new industrial policy for the country, that we have a bigger effort of integration between these various agents and their instruments. Brazil, believe it, have a lot of instruments, a lot of institutions that work well and deliver very interesting results. But we would go further. But that was a conversation we had yesterday, Celso, that we could address with more clarity what are the nexus and complementarity that exist between the various institutions and their respective mechanisms, so that we can have an optimization of the resources, be they public or private, so we can face the challenge of reindustrialization of this country in new bases. That's it. That's just to start our conversation. Thank you, Chico. That's an important point. Besides the examples you gave, that we have companies in investing in research and development. Embrapi has this, and the idea of complementarity. You have different institutions with different profiles to deal with the different TRLs. And what you have a more amplified view to have the coordination of all instruments to be set as the compared to the profile of the company or some kind of technological challenge, the credit or the need to work with the institution, and is important in our composition of the panel this complementary vision. And from the point of view of industries like FINEP and regional, to be able to get in a coordinated manner to give flow of investment and demands, productive and technological in the industry. So in that idea, we'll go till the end, to the federal, from the federal to the regional. I'd like to hand over to Edmilson Gama from the BDMG. Good afternoon. It's a satisfaction to be here representing BDMG. I think it's the 8th forum we participated. We've participated in all of them due to the importance of development agencies and others that struggle in this network in order to bring it. There's complementarity, mutual understanding, and what moves us is the public interest and common interest. To participate in a forum like this is a reason for joy and satisfaction. I think the comments that were made by the colleagues before me explored the theme very well, especially in the health sector. But I would like to make a quick digression to speak a little bit about the Minas Gerais and the BDMG. Many things don't know, or that is a state that is fundamentally connected to the agribusiness, but in fact, Minas Gerais has a very strong and very sector, and the industrialization of our sector is mixed with the history of BDMG. On the 21st of September, 61 years of age, since its creation, there was a big commitment in developing studies. Originally, BDMG had in its essence a proposal of proposing a state government of economic studies that would give legitimacy to public policies, and these studies were developed in the bank itself. There was a very strong concern with the industrialization of our state. This ended up creating a very fruitful environment and attracted over time very significant investments. For example, automotive sector with the presence of Fiat, that not only by itself as a car industry brings a strong component of creating jobs and income with a lot of innovation and technology. We've also a vanguard in attracting investment to other sectors like biochemicals, chemicals, metal mechanic, metallurgy. All of these were developed over time, and in a way or another, the BDMG was able to put in their knowledge, be it in the distribution of credit, in acting in capital markets. It's good to mention some investments we did 34 years ago in the capital markets at the time was still beginning in Brazil, and this shows in a very clear way this vision, this concern that our previous managers have had, and they knew the need to finance the industrial sector with resources that might face and be adequate to the maturity of an industrial plant. These programs and incentives have to be in adequate manner so that you can incentivize and attract private companies, that you have resources that can face and mitigate the risks of an enterprise of this characteristic at the industrial level. So the BDMG understands as necessary this effort that is being carried out in reviewing our industrial policy in our country. We gave an important contribution not only as credit as was given in previous panels. We understand that this new revolution of the green industry is inexorable. Today we financed a series of important projects in the industrial sector. These projects, in a way or another, will deal with SDGs, be it the 1, 2, or 3. So we're very comfortable in being able to participate in this joint effort, and maybe in a few years we will have a way more interesting indicator. Our vision and seeing how other countries that similar at the economic level, we can see that a strong industrial sector is fundamental in importance so that we might have prosperity for our families and that we can have an adequate growth vis-a-vis the needs we have in our country. As regards the BDMG, it's important for us to be able to highlight the efforts that have been carried out to attract these investments so that we can have on one side the offering or of credit, availability of credit, but to have the industrial plants, duly allocated industrial programs adopted and put well forth, And so in Minas Gerais, we attract investments. This was created at the same time as the BDMG Invest Minas, that has been doing a very good work from here, from where it's been debated and attracted for our state a very significant volume of investments in the great amount of sectors, including health. For that, BDMG works with a multilateral. Over 70% of our funding resources are brought from multilateral funds. So I was very happy in the previous panel when they mentioned the BDMG. We are in partnership with all agencies. These are very strong partners that we understand the need and sincerity of their actions, and therefore we believe that a new model, a new way of acting in the industrial sector, especially in the health industry, goes necessarily through this kind of investment.
That's why it's a challenge that we have, and BDMG is going to continue offering the support to the sector, and it's essential to do that. And I would like to emphasize another aspect regarding our work. So somebody mentioned the technological innovations, and a BDMG also is a stakeholder in a fund, and we have a very important portfolio in investments and companies that if they would get their credits in traditional financial institutions, they would not have access to the resources. So there is a risk in this business, but once we are already in adequate models such as the participation funds, the risks end up being mitigated, pardon me. And so we have important values for these companies, and sometimes the necessary conditions, they are generated, and so if they cannot get all of the resources they need, maybe most of them, and the results are usually interesting. And finally, to wrap up, and I believe we can go on to the debate, we should mention the work that the BDMG does in the healthcare sector. We work with credit in healthcare companies in the state of Minas Gerais, private companies. The BNDES is a partner and a stakeholder, and this is a concern that is totally appropriate and within the strategies of the bank. So in a very objective way, this is our initial perspective, and it becomes very clear how important it is for us to boost the economic growth of our country and its reindustrialization. Thank you very much, Mr. Edmilson. I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Rodrigo Cecioso, the Innovation Superintendent at FINEP. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's a great honor to be here representing FINEP. I'm here substituting Mr. Elias Ramos, and I would like to congratulate ABDE for this forum. And on behalf of Ms. Verena, I would like to greet all of the other members of the panel, and this panel has been very, very rich. I wanted to greet Verena right at the start because I want to use a little bit of some things that she mentioned to discuss this agenda with you guys. When we think about public policies, funding, technology, etc., we know that the financial resource is just a point of an iceberg or the point of a process, and sometimes it is not so clear to everyone. So the financial resources to be used properly to generate the economic growth and the results we expect, we need to have the pillars ready for that, and that's why I mentioned Ms. Verena. Ms. Verena is ahead of the industrial policies of the country. She's working there jointly with us so that we can have this. And at the same time, we have the recreation of the GICs. And so in the country now, we have an institutional alignment that is going to allow us to have a long-term policy thinking about how to solve the national problems. Otherwise, what we're going to have is what we see. A policy starts, you have a beginning of the funding, and then throughout time, everything is lost. And when we talk about economic growth, reindustrialization, We're talking about the long run, and we need to have this pillar. So the support to the economic and industrial healthcare complex is important to invest in that. And we also need to discuss capacity building for the government and for the society organizations. So we have technical centers that are very, very capable. You can think about the healthcare complexes. 10 years ago, we had no capacity to produce biological products in Brazil, and this could happen because of the public policies, and new capacities were generated so that we could create biological medication in the country. So if the SUS can purchase biological products from a company, a Brazilian company, is because we had this development in the past. We have FINEP, the BNDES, and other organizations, and Embrapi. They can give us the resources so that we can achieve these missions. And our society also has a mission. And lastly, but not least, we have the capacity building, we have the institutional alignment, and we have the financial resources nowadays. And I'm mentioning the technological development fund, and so we can have sustainable funds in the certain amount, compatible amounts with the risks that any innovation involve. And so we have the Spark of FINEP. We have the ideas that are at the technological centers. We have economic funds, and so that we can mitigate the risks for the companies, and we have the credit. So besides that, we have the changes of how the loans are given. So FINEP uses a reference rate, and the BNDES as well. And why am I mentioning this? Because when we talk about restarting our industries, using new bases for them, we have a unique situation in the country. We have the opportunity after the priorities set forth, okay, the priorities set forth by the Ministry of Health, we can deliver a new paradigm. Now, talking about FINEP's work and about this green reacceleration, recently FINEP did something, well, last year, 2.5 billion reais in non-refundable loans with companies, centers. We had point-of-care devices that were created. We invested in research infrastructure. So we invested in this, trying to generate solutions for rare diseases, because usually patients who have a rare disease, they don't receive good health care. And so 4.0 technologies, healthcare. Healthcare was the second largest sector that was supported to implement its 4.0 industry. And this happened with our agricultural sector. 4.0 technology, and we have already lent 4.4 billion reais. So we are growing and growing, and with this institutional and political element, we're going to be able to deliver new opportunities, new investments for our country. There are some novelties that are very interesting. We have already approved some processes. We're going to start a selection process. So when we think about a complex arrangement, a complex industrial arrangement, this is going to involve partnerships and enactment, approvals, and we are going to have a continuous flow. And our expectation is for us to be able to replicate the success that we had with the biological products, based on definitions involving the public procurement done by the state, and we aim to generate new capacities, new technologies, so that we can increase the SUS's capacity. Mr. Marcelo mentioned something important, that FINEP and other organizations, they can work with this, helping the service providers to increase their certification certificates. So many technologies to make their practices and processes more sustainable and safer. And I believe that the largest agendas when it comes to the green economy that we want to implement is the active ingredients, okay, the APIs. We went through a pandemic, not only when it comes to medical devices and equipment and the APIs, we saw the disassembling of the productive chains. So we depend on these technologies, and we need green APIs. And so we have bioeconomy. We can focus on healthcare, but we are totally dedicated to this. And I would like to also say that when it comes to the tools that are necessary for us to create effective public policies for this industry, we cannot forget the technological products. And this is in FINEP, and our Celso Pancera, the president, he is leading a work group so that FINEP can help the government carry out its public procurement, because what FINEP does is we purchase R&D, and how can we connect this with the government's buying power? And I believe that my initial remarks are those, and so I'm going to wrap up now so that we can have a good debate. Thank you, Rodrigo. Our time is almost over, but thank you. Everything that you mentioned was very interesting. So I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Paulo Costa, who is the president of Desenho Bahia. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. He said that my name is Paulo Costa, the president of Desenho Bahia, and something that I could share with you, that we are a development company from the northeast of Brazil. And so he said 2 billion reais. That's the size of our agency. So only this loan that you gave people is our size. So what we do in the healthcare sector is limited because of the size of our agency, because of our funds. There are only 200 people in our agency. And this is a challenge for us. And what could we do regarding healthcare access to our population? This is a complex challenge for us, and we always try to do everything that is possible. So we started working with the PPPs, and this was a step that we took, and it was the right step. So the state has some healthcare PPPs, and we took part in 2 of them. The first one was a large hospital in the Northeast. We have about 300 beds, 200 healthcare professionals, and it is a public hospital. It's an open door hospital. The motto adopted was that the state built the civilian part of the hospital, and we funded the equipment. We funded the facilities. It was a successful case. The funding has already been paid off, and it was wonderful for us to take part in this suburb hospital. Another PPP that we worked with was the Couto Maia Hospital. We used to have an old hospital that treated infectious diseases, and the technical civil servants there were very competent. The technical civil servants, they were very competent, and we wanted to build another infectious disease hospital, and the first condition was to maintain that technical those technical civil servants. And so the doctors and the nurses, they are civil servants, and the other services, the admin services, food, security, transportation, This is carried out by the SPE that manages the hospital. We created a PPP, and so this infectious disease hospital was very, very important during the peaks of the pandemic. And this was another job that we did, and it generated a lot of success. We have another PPP that we did not fund, but it has to do with telemedicine that has already been mentioned, and this allowed us to generate an image in the countryside of Bahia, and then in Salvador, the capital of our state, a competent doctor analyzes those images. Unfortunately, we could not participate in other PPPs. We have been funding city halls, municipalities, because when you fund a maternity for a small municipality, this changes the quality of life of that population. They don't have to travel to have a baby. Sometimes traveling is difficult for the poorest parts of our population. So funding the city halls, the municipalities, whenever they need to work with healthcare, we have been doing that as well. We have funded other things for the municipalities, but we are always very happy when the mayors come to our office and ask us for help. We have medical clinics, dental clinics, small labs, even drugstores, or pardon me, pharmacies. We have been supporting them as much as possible because it's always difficult for us to create funding transactions. And so we have been creating a few things with Pansev, which is the civil servants healthcare insurance. We signed an agreement with Pansev, and whenever we fund somebody who is a member of Pansev, this goes to a escrow account, and then we end up receiving the payment of the funding that we offered to them. So we have a long story, but what I wanted to share with you is the development agencies, mainly the small ones, they have a huge potential. They can help people have access to health care. And so in the PPPs, it's important for us to participate, even if we are not the financial institution chosen, because there is a difference between a feasible project and a fundable project. We have to analyze all of the aspects, not only the return on investment. We have to analyze who is getting that funding, what kind of collaterals we're going to have. So it's a structure that goes beyond the scope of the project. And it's important for us to be able to make some kind of contribution. And we are glad to do that. And we try to contribute as much as possible to improve the healthcare in our state. When it comes to the industrial aspects, I agree with everything that was mentioned before. And in Bahia, we need to produce drugs for the unified healthcare system, which is our public healthcare system. That's it that I had to share with you, and I don't want to take much of your time. This is what I had to say. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Paulo. So we already started late, and we are a little later. And they told me that unfortunately we're going to have to skip the debate. Otherwise, we're going to compromise today's program. And the president of Embrapa needed to leave. He apologized because he has a flight to take. And so, Paulo, you gave important examples to us to show how important it is for us to have this diverse ecosystem with different profiles, different federal organizations, state organizations, because we need to meet the demands of our population and their lack of access to health care. And this is an important development aspect of our system. To summarize 1 hour and 10 minutes of debates, to summarize a few points, I believe that it became clear and evident to all of us how important it is to have a national coordination that is going to work like a governance forum to make everybody move towards the same direction. Better than having one, we should have two. We have the G6, and we have people working hard, and I have been following this up closely. And why is this important? Because Rodrigo mentioned this. They coordinate instruments, they give guidance to the private sector. What are the long-term priorities of the Brazilian society, even beyond the Brazilian state and government? And so they have this double role, and by doing that, they increase the power of the industrial policy. So they can have small initiatives, and in the end, the society thinks that nothing is moving forward.
And to have successful policies, these are occasional. This logic of institutionality, coordination, will allow us that we, in fact, give big steps, visible steps, and that are significant to society. It is evident for society of the great industrial complex of the health, and a point that's very positive is that we have in this segment and in this complex, this chain of production, is a very advanced in terms of the great technological challenges, not only of Brazil, of the world as well. And this has to do having big national companies with national capital that have invested in research and development, and the examples given by our colleagues are of a big volume, be it in quantity or in values of projects for innovation. And with the strategic directives, this can be potentialized even more, and the existence of a solid base of science and technology in the academia and technology centers, some connected to Embrapa, not all to health, but developing relevant technologies to their sectors, and complemented these ecosystems by these development agencies or institutions, each with their own focus, complementary focus, and more than having development agencies is to have them with money, with conditions to finance. So when we join all of these elements and have clear directives, we have a great potential of seeing industrial policy giving results that are not simply Veriana of production, increase of industrial production, but with innovation, increase in quantity, and innovation in the health sector, dialogues with the idea of sustainability, but also delivering important results to society and to health, and the health sector is one of them. We saw that during the pandemic, but in general, the amplification is a constitution. So I'd like once more, the last point that was mentioned, I think it's worth maybe in the next forum of the ABDE to explore this complementarity that is through demand, innovation through demand. When we join the environment of missions is very good for this, and we get through the demand a greater potential, especially radical innovations that have more impact. So I'd like to once more to thank you all from the panel, thank the ABDE, and congratulate them for the realization of this program to bring this dialogue. In the name of Minister Celso Panceira, I'd like to wish everyone good evening. Our thanks to the members of the panel. Feel free to take your seats in the auditorium and follow some of the activities, and we will have the official photo just stand forth so we can register this moment. And thanking the members of the panel, we can observe in the debate sustainable practices in the health sector and how that can give impulse to the economic and technology and to give social results. So ladies and gentlemen, with the purpose of understanding and give publicity in how the resources of the national development sector are connected to the SDGs, the ABDE, and the UN for Development. UNDP put a project to create a methodology, ABDE, UNDP, of the alignment of the national system for the development of SDGs. It's a notable effort to map and categorize the programs, products destined to the finance of sustainable development in our country. And as a result of this initiative, we launched the publication of the results of this mapping that estimated by 24 institutions connected to the ABDE and each of the SDGs. This study shows the importance of having standardized taxonomies to evaluate the impact of the national development system on the SDGs and to the advance and implementation of the 2030 agenda. This complete study will be available in both institutions. Now, for the launch, I'd like to invite the second Vice President of the ABDE and of the Paraná Fomento, Mr. Neves, Mr. Heraldo Alves das Neves, also the coordinator of the Social Economic Development from UNDP, Mr. Cristiano Prado, and Manager of Sustainability and Economy of the ABDE, Mrs. Késia Braga. So you have the floor, Mr. Heraldo Alves das Neves. Good afternoon to all. I'd like a special greeting to the President of ABDEs, Mr. Celso Panseri, Cris Vitorina, which is our Executive Secretary Interim. I'm substituting our first Vice President, Mr. José Luis Gordon, which is an official mission in the north of the country. Let's try to substitute him well and deal this issue as it well deserves. For me, it's a privilege to be here in this 8th edition of our Development Forum with the idea and the importance that is to transform the mission into action. This, of course, has to do over 2030. And doing a historic retrospective, ABDE is now 54 years. In the first moment, it was created as an association of the development banks. And within the context of the time of the 70s, ABDE has as the motto and what mobilized the development banks to finance economic growth, but more in the restrictive sense of a policy of the federal government of deconcentrating the investment to get out of the Rio-São Paulo axis that other states of the country, south, southeast, northeast, receives in industry, and also from there they could employ. So industry or industry plants would be development. So from getting something from the thinking at the time, Paraná, which is my state, I'm the director president of Fomento Paraná, and I had the privilege of taking over a technical directorate of a company called the Industrial City of Curitiba. So Curitiba and the Paraná, in very opportunistic, in a good sense, in seeing this movement of decentralization of industry, and from a lot of land that was taken on by the state, and from that industry there was an investment of new industries for the Paraná, and this was important because Paraná was very dependent of monocultures, especially of coffee at the time. And the picturesque fact that I bring is the logo of the institution of the Siki that was a chimney with some smoke. And this translates to the thinking of the time that the states, of course, from the induction by the federal government to promote that we have jobs and a more egalitarian regime as productive investments. That was the thinking and the focus of the then Association of Development Banks. So 80s, and there was the incorporation in the BNDES, but in the idea of the ABDE, of seeking beyond jobs and beyond the deconcentration of industry, to seek that our people, our workers, had opportunities to move and to go up socially from the offer of services. And in that sense, ABDE at the time evolved. More recently, in the 90s, was incorporated by the development agencies and deconcentration and reduction of the role of the banks in our national financial system, and with consequence of a federal program of the time, the agencies for development were the alternatives, were the instruments for financing that were authorized by the federal government after the reduction of the public banks in the national financial system. In Paraná, in many states of the country, we struggled. There was a reading at the time that development banks brought risks to the economy, to the fiscal situation of the states. They were emitting money, and there was a risk to the system. And there came the authorization of these development agencies, like in Paraná, Rio Grande do Sul, Bahia, and a series of other states. But ABDE evolved. Even its description, its denomination, we started to be called at the time of the Brazilian Association for Development. So what was the motto at the time? To think on the equal distribution of wealth, social inclusion was the concern in the beginning of the 2000s with environmental preservation. At the moment, we have the ABDE more than connected to the financial institutions. We have SEBRAE, FINEP, other cooperative banks, imported associates of our institution, and now we have this ABDE 2030 plan that is very opportune and brings this concept beyond jobs and production, diversification of our states, but it also brings this aspect of sustainability. And in the presentation letter by the President Pensero, that this is the lens of the world we want for the future. And that's what we want. That's why the ABDE has done one more movement in the practical sense, that taking it from theory to the consequences that we want in practical terms, and making finance available for sustainable development. And reaching this point, to refer to this objective on this work, it's an important work with a partnership. This is SDG 17 from the UNDP, which is the UN Program for Development, for the eradication of poverty, and UNDP joins with ABDE in benefit of the better allocation of resources for the objectives of our planet, of those 17 SDGs. The Fomenta Paraná, together with ABDE and GIZ and CAFI, had received an important diagnostics as regards its lines, its finalities, and in this pilot project in 2022, it was ended. Naturally, the diagnostic that was presented was that over 90% or more precise our financing lines, and it has to do with one of the SDGs. So what do I want to say? What is my understanding? And I dare to suggest that naturally the vocation of our system is, yes, to put its finalities, its resources for the sustainability of the planet. From this diagnostic in 2022, we are also in this work that will be launched on this occasion. We reaffirm this course in the sense of from the planning that we are closing within our institution to put resources to direct our financing lines towards sustainability in the planet. Of course, bringing government plans, Fatin Júnior, to promote credit as an important measure of inclusion. Paraná, in the south of the country, has some regions of inequality below the northeastern line. Very few know our situation of inequality, so it is important not only for decarbonization but also for the inclusion of all Paranaenses. So to finish my speech, I'd like to thank the opportunity for representing ABDE here, and to congratulate ABDE, UNDP for the important initiative of offering this directive for our national system for development. Like we suggested, it's vocational to finance the SDGs, and it's in that direction that we will continue. So once more, I'd like to congratulate and thank you for your work and your work developed. Hi all those who are present, those who are watching us online. After the speech so strong, so important from President Heraldo, I have the responsibility to speak a little bit about the study. As President Heraldo mentioned, we have this role of strengthening the actions of the institutions, the National Development Network. We do cooperation, like cooperation we had with the UNDP that resulted in this methodology that makes us understand very well where our resources are going and how we can advance to complement and fulfill gaps in financing that might happen within this system. We've been working to understand more and more the system, to have more information. We know information is something fundamental within this scope of understanding and the role of the institutions. So this project initiated in 2021 with the UNDP. We've been working in a methodology of aligning the national system to the SDGs. This methodology and this study that we did about the institutions of the system connect very much with the theme of the forum this year, and we had the opportunity to bring it to this forum. We are seeking to transform missions and actions, and to do so we need to understand where the resources are going, what are our vocations, what are our gaps in financing. Everything that was discussed today, in a way we bring an illustration of what the system does and promotes within this study and this methodology. I'm going to do some quick slides here to speak a little bit about the study. Firstly, about the need of having a mapping like this and having a methodology. Firstly, we seek to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 agenda. So this motivation was a very strong motivation for the development of this methodology. And besides that, we need to increase the direction of resources at the global level. And at the national level, we need more and more to transform these missions and actions, directing more resources to sustainable companies. So it's with that need and with this motivation that we started this project and cooperation with the UNDP and building this methodology for you.
Well, and what is our main focus? Our main objective is to expand the capacity of this national development system and also contributing to the SDGs agenda. And so what can we understand with this methodology? The vocations, the organizations, they have economic vocations that are different. President Geraldo has already mentioned that. And so we are located in different places, and so the institutions, they have to work in a more specific way, working for specific sectors and industries. And this helps us to understand how these organizations operate, how they work, how are we important, on what are we important, what is our potentials, how can we leverage what we have so that we can bring more resources to this agenda and to all of the SDGs. We wanted to treat this agenda in a holistic way. And finally, the funding gaps. We have a system, a development system. All of the organizations work towards the same end, and we need to try to increase the channeling of the funds. Some of the SDGs are stronger. We work with the industry ones, the sustainable cities one, and we're going to share the results of this methodology that show that. And we also have to analyze these gaps and how we can strengthen them. Okay, besides that, identifying these vocations, we also need to go deeper and try to move forward when it comes to funding the SDGs. Now, moving on to the methodology itself, this methodology is going to be made available to all of you in more details. But just for us to be able to start a discussion, a presentation of what is this methodology all about? How was it built? It was built based on a benchmark. So our main goal is, with this benchmark, was to see what are the classifications, what are the taxonomies, how are we classifying the SDGs and their funding, and how can we use this in all of the organizations that form the development system. We are very heterogeneous. The institutions have different sizes, different scopes of work. We have a very diverse group. We have public banks, commercial banks, cooperatives. We have development agencies. They are different agencies that create an entire system. And our objective was to create this benchmark. What do we have in terms of methodology? And so we have to create a methodology that can be applied to all of these organizations. And that's what we were able to do with this project and this methodology. Now, moving on. We also have several examples in the national development system based on the SDGs. In the last panel that we had about the private sector, I believe Ms. Monica mentioned the example of Caixa Econômica. They have their own taxonomy. The BNDES has their own taxonomy. And we discussed this at the ABDE, and how can we use these inputs or these lessons learned as inputs, because they have been lessons learned. How can we apply that to our reality? How can we do that with all of the organizations that are part of the NDFS? And so how can we do this in a homogeneous way? And because of this, it's important to understand the contributions of this methodology because it has essential elements so that we can create a national taxonomy. We have an example, a classification example of the SDGs, the lines, the products, the programs based on the SDGs, and they are applied to all of these organizations. And when we discuss taxonomy, and we have already seen this during the panels, it's very important for the taxonomy to be able to understand the nature of our organizations, members of the NDFS. And this is what we are proposing to do. We need to understand the system. I just wanted to mention something, if you allow me to do it, is that this work that we have a partnership between the UNDP and the ABDE, and so we got some pioneer work done by the National Development System. The Bank of Brazil, the BDMG, they were the first ones to have this concern. Caixa Econômica Federal, we have just seen this methodology applied so that we could associate their funding to the SDGs, and there are other organizations. And so we didn't start from scratch. It's important to say that the CAF also carried out pioneer work, and they were considered to be benchmarks as well. So we have good examples, great practices within the system, and we identify these best practices, the internal ones and the external ones. Some international organizations already have classification methodologies. We learned from them so that we could create a robust methodology and so that they could reflect all of the institutions. Before passing the floor to Mr. Cristiano, I'm going to teach you how this classification works. We carried out the mapping of all of the lines, products, programs of the institutions that are members of the NDFS. All of these lines, products, and programs, they were described, they have finalities, they have specific target audiences, and we associated them to the SDGs. We analyze the lines, the products, the programs, the objective of all of the products, and everything that is related to the SDGs. This is how things are going to work, and that's how we're going to be able to understand and translate the language of these funding lines and the lines regarding the SDGs. Thank you, Kezia. Thank you. To everybody present here today, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for trusting in us. It's important to say that the results we're going to discuss now, they are an instrument so that we can stop and think about this and how we can leverage the SDGs even more. So what did we find out when we applied this methodology? The NDFS contributes a lot to the 2030 agenda. We were able to map between 2020 and 2022 652.5 billion reais that are meant to achieve the SDGs. And we were able to identify that there was an intention to align things towards the SDGs. Another important piece of information is that this contribution has increased throughout time. Between 2020 and 2022, the resources meant for the SDGs increased by 44% via the NDFS. And this is a very, very high percentage, as you can see. We have also identified something interesting, that 58% of all of this amount is mainly focused on 3 SDGs. SDG number 2, which is zero hunger and sustainable agriculture. And so you have agribusiness here, the Brazilian vocation, the SDG number 8, that has to do with economic growth, and SDG number 9, which focuses on industry, innovation, and infrastructure. So we're focusing on the market, on the nature we have in Brazil, on the nature of the organizations, and how is this distribution among the SDGs. If you can check out this map, more important than analyzing the figures, it's important to understand where can you see the bigger bars. You have SDG 2, 8, and 9, and where can we find the smaller bars? Can you click on this once again? And I would like to attract your attention to this. Some of the SDGs, comparatively speaking, they receive way less resources. And so the gender SDG or the education SDG or justice, peace SDG receive less. We have the average ticket is smaller. The market demands less. Sometimes on the side of the demand, they don't have enough preparation for huge demands along these lines, and these lines exist. So we have the BDMG, they offer lines, funding lines. And so some organizations focus on education, on gender equality, but what do the numbers show to us? They show to us that these SDGs receive much less. So reflect upon this. Do I want to target my investments towards these SDGs? Maybe your role is not this, to direct your investment to this. And not all of the institutions have the mission of using or helping all of these SDGs. In second place, do I have an opportunity to leverage these SDGs? Is there an opportunity that I can scale up or take advantage of the scaling up of the funding lines that I have, the credit lines that I have, to leverage all of these other SDGs and to increase the contribution even more from our NDFS? And now we have an opportunity to reflect upon, to incorporate the cross-sectionality of all of the SDGs. So sometimes we place the SDGs in small boxes. SDG 1 in a little box, SDG 2 in a little box, but they are interconnected. So the main challenge that the study is bringing to us is, can we translate this interconnectivity along the credit lines in the national development system using the scaling up or this hugeness that we have in SDGs 2, 8, and 9 to leverage the other SDGs and try to increase the contribution of the national development system? Maybe this is a good discussion. Maybe the cost is not so high. And so can we add some condition or an incentive on how to decrease the interest rates if there is a gender insertion along those lines or the lines that are connected to the industry? So what about conscious consumption, life cycle of all of these products? Can I add this to the lines? Can I leverage the other SDGs? I believe we can. So here is an opportunity for us to increase the contribution of these over 600 billion reais that the system is contributing with, so that we can take this even more to the Brazilian territory, based on this opportunity of incorporating other SDGs, the SDGs that are being a little ignored. And the cost is going to be very low and the results are going to be wonderful. And to wrap up, the main messages I would like to leave with you. The NDFS contributes a lot with the national development sector. When Mr. Arboleda mentioned, he said that the UNDP has a moonshot to map, to guide $1 trillion. And now we have $100 billion, and they are being directed towards that. It's 1/10, and we couldn't see that. And if we're able to expand this discussion to implement the other SDGs, the impacts are going to be even greater. The contribution is significant, it is growing. It has a concentration level on 3 main SDGs, and they reflect many elements. We have the average ticket, the market, but we also find here an opportunity to expand this impact. And it's going to be even greater if we incorporate the cross-sectionality concept so that we can use the scales that Brazil has, that our NDFS has, and the impact that we can cause on Brazil. Thank you. And to conclude, and following what Cristiano said, thank you very much. I'm very proud to be presenting this study to you guys. Thank you to all of the institutions who contributed with our study. Thank you for sending information and data to us. So having all of this information is important for us to continue working hard. And so whenever you send information to us and to be able to work on such a product, this increases the potential of our work so that we can support the NDFS. Thank you to the other 24 institutions, and please, to the other 10 institutions, please send information and data to us, and I'm going to bring the future steps of our study. This is an unprecedented effort so that we can understand this study. We're going to continue mapping out everything, trying to understand the system. So all of the organizations are invited to take part in all of the cycles that this work has. And we need to complement and make this agenda move forward. So with these results in our hands, we have to continue working together to strengthen the institutions and to overcome all of these gaps. How can we create projects, cooperations that are going to increase the potential of all of the institutions that are member of the NDFS? Thank you very much. And once again, I would like to mention, Kezia, that this work, this methodology is extremely dynamic, and it's subjected to evolutions, changes, until we implement the entire NDFS. That's why it is important to have the other 10 institutions offering their data, their information to us so that we can add it to the matrix and offer the best response as a diagnostics, so that the financial institution, they can continue offering investments to promote all of the SDGs and reach them. Yes, we're going to continue improving the methodology. Thank you, Cristiano. Thank you, President. I would like to pass the floor to Adalgisa, the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much, Mr. Heraldo, Alves das Neves, Mr. Cristiano Prado, Ms. Kezia Braga, and I would like to remind you that soon this document is going to be available in the ABDE communication channels and social media. So please, together, let's take an official photo. We have not ended our event yet. We have some announcements to make to conclude the 8th Development Forum. We have the official hashtag Fórum do Desenvolvimento. And before continuing with the final announcements, we are going to wrap up today with some final remarks, relevant remarks, and I would like to invite the president of the ABDE, Mr. Celso Pancera.
Great voice. So I'd like to thank the presence of all of you, to reinforce thanking, and in the name of the directors and the team conducted so well by Cristiane, I'd just like to thank. Tomorrow I'll have to go to São Paulo in an event at Fiesp, and of which I cannot be absent. So I'd like to say it has been a very interesting day, very good debates, very good quality, and I'm certain that the material produced from here will join all of these ideas and debates and contribute to the development of the country and to advance of the national development system. And good night, and I hope you enjoyed our first day, and tomorrow we continue. Very well, ladies and gentlemen, we're reaching the end of the first day of the ABDE Development Forum 2023. We thank all our speakers, all our guests that debated and participated in our debate, and the partners of ABDE. We have institutional support from the UN, special sponsorship by the IDB, and support from FINEP, of the CAFI support, the cooperatives and credit Sicobi, and the Brazilian Development Agency AFD, and also of the UNDP. And tomorrow we have one more meeting, 9 a.m. for the second day of our forum that will start with a theme that is very relevant. I'd just like to remember that the second day with an international speaker. They want Mr. Chang, which is one of the most expected speakers of our event. We count on your participation and thank you for joining us and remotely and or live. Thank you. See you tomorrow, 9 a.m. in the Development Forum 2023.